Good morning, everyone. As you all know, my name is Nick Wilson. I'm the Senior Director of Gun Violence Prevention here at Center for American Progress. And it's my distinct honor to welcome you all back. Appreciate everyone's engagement and kind words yesterday. We had a long day. We packed a lot in. It's gonna be a little bit shorter today, but we're still packing in a lot of great content, some extra breakout sessions, so you have a chance to be a little bit more chatty and interactive. But we really are so excited to be able to lead off with some really truly amazing speakers. I'm going to start off with one of my personal heroes, Representative Joaquin Castro. As you all know, he was born and raised in San Antonio, Texas. He brilliant scholar who went to Stanford University and Harvard Law. But more importantly, he learned from his parents the importance of serving one's community. His father was a teacher and mother renowned community activists. And so he followed in that footstep and joined the Texas state legislature and then was elected to Texas's 20th district in the U.S. House of Representatives. He sits on the Intelligence Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I'm really excited that he can bring that important positions of power and influence to really tackle one of the more important issues that we haven't talked about enough as a movement. But we started that conversation in April with a beautiful event. I wasn't sure how many people would come to talk about how U.S. guns being exported and trafficked illegally to Mexico and South America and the Caribbean and other countries around the world, how we're really having a devastating impact while the gun industry is profiting off of that bloodshed and destabilization. We had survivors come in from Mexico that talked about how assault weapons that were made in the United States went and were used to disappear loved ones and multiple children in the same family. And there's no sense of closure when you don't know exactly what happened. And so it's important for us to recognize that this is all connected. The same weak gun laws, the same lack of oversight over the gun industry, the same business practices, the same marketing techniques that are used to devastate communities around this country. Many of you in this audience have really seen firsthand, unfortunately, the impact of our weak gun laws and regulations. But it's happening at a large scale in countries from not only Mexico, but Guatemala, Haiti, places in the Middle East, all around the world. And so we're really lucky and honored to have someone who's really leading the way that really understands the magnitude of this problem and is working to pass legislation that will create more oversight and address some of these issues. And so I'll let Congressman talk about that himself, but I want to center us all. Again, we try to lead with survivor voices, and Maria Herrera is a world-renowned activist from Mexico that honored us with sharing her story earlier this year. The same week, she was named one of Time 100's most influential people. So we're going to start with a short video, and then I'm going to welcome Representative Castro to the lectern.
Para que buscamos es evitar que este flujo de armas siga llegando a México, que nos están matando, nos están destruyendo. Este día llegó la desgracia a tocar mi hogar y desde ese momento no he parado de buscar a mis hijos. Así que se imaginarán el tormento que se vino después de que sé que mis otros dos hijos no volvieron a casa. Sin embargo, Dios me ha dado la fortaleza de seguir de pie, buscándoles por todos los lugares posibles. Pero al final de cuentas entendí que el problema medular está en este flujo de armas tremendo que hay de Estados Unidos hacia México.
Of the guns that have been seized in Mexico and traced, 70% come from the United States.
We know that those weapons come from the U.S. because they buy them in places like Arizona, Nevada, because of the weak gun laws.
Que tengan piedad de todos esos niños, estos jóvenes que han quedado sin la figura paterna, porque no sé qué se espere de ellos, sin ese amor, sin la protección, sin el cuidado de sus padres. Muchísimas gracias. Espero que mi mensaje llegue a sus corazones y a sus mentes. Gracias.
I just want to thank Maria and all the survivors that trust us with their stories for sharing this. It really makes a difference in our advocacy and educating the public about the action that we must take. Let's keep the round of applause going for Congressman Castro.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nick, for that introduction. And I'm Joaquin Castro and very proud to represent my hometown of San Antonio, Texas. Hope it looks like there's some great Texans here. And also I'm the ranking Democrat on the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And Maria's story is a powerful reminder about the global consequences of our country's broken gun laws. And I want to start with a quick word of thanks to CAP for convening us all here and for putting on this summit. San Antonio, my home, is the closest big city to Uvalde, Texas. When I was a younger lawyer, I worked on cases in Uvalde. It's a quiet, tight-knit community, mostly Mexican-American city, where people work as hard as they can to make a better life for their kids and their grandkids. In the wake of the massacre at Robb Elementary last year, I drove to Uvalde to meet with the families of the victims, and like many others, I went there to see how I could be helpful. On the ground, hearing their anguish, it was almost impossible to comprehend how such a wonderful, small town had become the site of so much carnage. But across the country, so many of our communities in so many states can tell the same story. From Newtown to Aurora, Sutherland Springs to El Paso, families have been shattered by senseless, preventable gun violence. And as the toll of the gun violence crisis in America has risen, it's also become infectious as our loose gun laws and inadequate export restrictions spread terror far beyond our own borders. Today, guns trafficked from the United States are killing people on the streets of Mexico, Haiti, and across the Western Hemisphere. In recent years, data from the nonpartisan GAO and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms show that U.S. origin weapons accounted for 70% of crime guns recovered from Mexico, and 75% of those recovered from the Dominican Republic. On Capitol Hill, my colleagues across the aisle will turn any conversation about immigration into a warning about the dangers of Mexican cartels, with vivid descriptions of brutal kidnappings and undeniably horrific violence. But in Mexico, there is only one gun store in the entire country. It's nearly impossible for any civilian to get a gun. When the cartels need weapons, they don't look within Mexico. They look north of the border to gun shops in Houston, Dallas, Tucson, and Deming. And earlier this year, a gun used in the deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans who traveled to Matamoros for medical treatment was traced back to a United States buyer who knowingly trafficked the weapon to a Mexican crime syndicate for a $100 commission. By one measure, more Mexicans in Mexico die every year from American guns than Americans in America. But this is not just a Mexican story, not just a Mexican problem. This summer, Ecuador's elections were darkened by the assassination of a leading presidential candidate, a murder that was later connected to criminals with illegally diverted US-made guns. Across our hemisphere, US origin firearms have become the weapons of choice for those who violate human rights, destabilize their nations, and traffic fentanyl and other lethal drugs to markets in the United States and across the world. Over the last year, I've traveled to South America and the Caribbean and met with lawmakers and members of civil society across our region. When I talk to these leaders, The top issue on their minds and on their agendas when they meet with members of the Congress of the United States is gun trafficking and diversion from the United States. America is exporting our gun violence crisis. Our gun laws and reporting requirements are so weak that even our domestic regulators can hardly identify the full scope of the problem. Over the years, as challenges with violence across our hemisphere have risen, American laws have moved in the wrong direction. In 2020, for example, in the final year of his administration, Donald Trump shifted oversight of small arms exports from the State Department, which had historically evaluated the impact of gun exports on regional stability before approving export licenses, to the Commerce Department, which is chiefly concerned with America's economic interests. In a statement after the announcement, the NRA celebrated that the transfer of oversight authority would allow American gun manufacturers to, quote, run more competitively across global markets. Even before the change was finalized, it was clear that it would have devastating repercussions across the globe. In October, Bloomberg published a special investigation detailing how Commerce Department employees had become de facto sales representatives for the gun industry, using taxpayer dollars to build relationships between U.S. gun manufacturers and buyers in some of the most dangerous nations on earth. The Commerce Department does important work at home and overseas to strengthen America's economy and create jobs at home. And they're not solely responsible for gun trafficking by any means. But the dangerous consequences of unregulated gun exports demand a heightened level of scrutiny from the federal government, which the Commerce Department simply is not equipped or able to do. In the 3 years since the Trump administration shifted oversight authority away from the State Department, arms sales have skyrocketed, with the Commerce Department overseeing a 30% annual increase in U.S. small arms exports globally, and an 82% increase in handgun exports to Latin America and the Caribbean in particular. Today, there aren't even enough safeguards to ensure that legitimate arms exports get to the designated end users. Beyond the bloody consequences of gun violence, our failure to prevent illegal gun trafficking is straining essential bilateral relationships that we depend on for the safety and security of our hemisphere. After increasing pressure from my office and others, including Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Congressman Dan Goldman of New York, the Commerce Department instituted a 90-day review of arms sales to address concerns about the dangerous impact of the current export regime. The pause was welcome news, but Americans and our neighbors deserve a systematic whole-of-government approach to addressing this issue of life or death in other countries. Today, as CAP brings together a national and international coalition of advocates, all of you, to discuss the solutions to our gun violence epidemic, I'm proud to announce that Congresswoman Norma Torres of California, Congressman Dan Goldman of New York, Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick of Florida, and I are introducing the American Regional Monitoring of Arms Sales Act, or ARMAS, which will restore and expand common sense safeguards on weapons exports, equip American law enforcement with more tools to prosecute gun traffickers, and, most importantly, will save lives. The ARMAS Act will transfer oversight over small arms exports back to the State Department and require the development of a comprehensive interagency strategy, also led by the experts at the State Department, to disrupt arms trafficking and diversion. Our bill, which will be introduced when I return to Capitol Hill this morning, seeks to address current gaps in end user checks and data sharing by instituting certification requirements and annual reviews for designated end users of arms sales. To restore congressional oversight over these sales, ARMAS will provide for proper notification and review of arms exports and prohibit the Commerce Department from promoting arms sales globally until the transfer process has been completed and appropriate oversight is restored. I'm grateful to work alongside the organizations that have endorsed our bill, including the Center for American Progress, March for Our Lives, the Newtown Action Alliance, the Stop U.S. Arms to Mexico Project, the Center for Civilians in Conflict, and other leading voices in the fight against gun violence. On the campaign trail in 2020, Then candidate Joe Biden pledged to shift oversight of gun exports back to the State Department. And I'm hopeful about the prospects of working with the administration and hopefully across the aisle to move armas through both houses of Congress and get it to the president's desk. And last summer, in the wake of the Uvalde massacre, members of Congress, including Republicans from my home state of Texas, momentarily at least put politics aside to pass the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which created 2 new criminal statutes and instituted tougher penalties for firearms trafficking and straw purchasing. I have pushed the Justice Department to vigorously enforce these provisions with hundreds of resulting prosecutions to date, and I was glad to see Vice President Harris prioritize this issue during her recent diplomatic engagement with Western Hemisphere leaders. I know that gun safety reform on Capitol Hill can often feel like an uphill battle, and quite honestly, it's been a very slow climb. But the success of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act shows that when we mobilize, we still have the power to make effective change. So to all of you watching here, all of you here and all those watching online, I hope you'll continue using your voices to speak up for this Armas Act and other important efforts to address the global impact of gun violence and save lives around the world. And I'm thankful for CAP's leadership on this issue, and I look forward to working with all of you in the months and years ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for choosing this venue to announce this introduction. And it's just been really a pleasure to work with your staff who's been working so hard for so long and so dedicated to this work. It really means a lot to all of us here. Yesterday in our opening remarks, we discussed how at CAP, it's really important that we look at this issue not just solely from a gun violence prevention angle, but we work with experts across other allied fields, whether it's the LGBTQ+ or immigration or racial justice or disability justice. But the team that I work with the most closely is the criminal justice reform team. My colleague Rachel's in the back. Because we think it's really important that, these two movements, they don't speak to each other enough, but we're working to try to build these safe and just communities together. And when one side is messaging about community violence intervention in one way and then another organization in a different way, it really sets us back if we're not doing a united front. And so at CAP, I wanted to share a couple more sentences about our values. That everyone deserves to feel safe in their communities and to be protected from violence that continues to have a devastating impact nationwide. We cannot continue our futile attempts to arrest and incarcerate our way to greater community safety without meaningfully addressing the root causes of crime and gun violence in this country. Historical lack of investment and more limited economic opportunities in under-resourced communities, paired with increasingly easy access to guns, has created prime conditions for the current gun violence epidemic and associated negative health outcomes. As gun violence has become ever more present fixture of our daily life, elected officials have been forced to respond to fierce public debates about what truly keeps people safe in their communities. Divisive political discourse around crime has resulted in a push for policymakers to implement regressive, tough-on-crime policies, which fail to improve community safety and further entrench systemic racism. While some argue that we need to do more to hold those responsible for violence accountable, others seek to address the root causes of violence and invest in community assets to prevent crime before it happens. The truth is, we must do both. I was honored to have Oswald Thomas of the Alliance for Safety and Justice close out yesterday. If you've been to any criminal justice reform organizations, you can see him giving keynote addresses to huge organizations, huge rooms, and being swamped. But many of you might not have been familiar with him. And so it's my honor to once again introduce someone that I have respected and been that person for many years, trying to fight to see Vincent after he speaks, when everyone's talking to him. But we're really lucky to have someone that's been really a giant in the field of finding ways to keep children and our communities safe without just trying to lock them up and forget about them. Since some of you might not know Vinny, I'm going to give a little bit more of a longer introduction because he has a really enviable resume, whether it's in academia, nonprofits, or government. He founded the Justice Policy Institute. He was the administrator of the DC's Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, so he's no stranger to DC. He was the commissioner of New York City Department of Probation. He was the senior policy advisor to the New York City Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. And in the end of Mayor de Blasio's term, he had one of the toughest jobs in the country, commissioner of the New York City Department of Corrections. And when he reflected upon his tenure there, he wrote for the Marshall Project an article that really stuck with me. And one of the lead quotes was about Rikers Island jail complex. He said, quote, the Rikers reflects our nation's racist and destructive fixation on imprisonment. It's exhibit A for why we need to end mass incarceration. He went on to be the co-director of the Justice Lab at Columbia University. And most importantly, as a resident and voter in Maryland, so happy, and we're very lucky to hear that he was named by Maryland Governor Wes Moore as a Secretary of Juvenile Services, where a Republican Senate leader said during his confirmation, he was a little progressive for some of our members, which here at CAP is a badge of honor he should wear proudly. He has pioneered efforts at community-based alternatives to incarceration in New York City and DC, and now he's rebuilding Maryland's juvenile service agency that was truly neglected under the previous administration. Please give a warm welcome to Vincent Schiraldi.
Thanks for that warm introduction, Nick. Hello, everybody. Before I get into my comments, I'm gonna first acknowledge and thank this room because everyone here today was working hard for stronger gun laws and increasing investments in root causes of gun violence. This includes young survivors like Trey Bosley and Ayala Eastman, who are going to come after me today, but really everybody in the room that are survivors, credible messengers, students, researchers, religious community, and other stakeholders. It's really an honor to be here. This is not always my room, as you talked about. I'm usually in a criminal justice room. It's very odd that those are two different rooms in my view, but I'm honored to be here. So I'm going to start with a story about one of our young people who's taken advantage of a new program we started recently called the Thrive Academy, which I'll talk a little more about later, and is specifically for young people who are at great risk of either becoming a perpetrator or victim of gun violence. None of the names I'll use today when I talk about the kids are their real names, but the stories are real. It's only been going for 3 months, but we're already sort of looking into young people's lives in ways that are profoundly moving in my view. So Justin, I've been in and out of several placements. Placements are what the juvenile system's euphemism for sometimes incarceration, right? Not always. Sometimes it's like a group home, but sometimes it's actually like a jail. And he was unsuccessful by the system standards. And so the judge wanted to put him in yet another residential program. That's what happens a lot of times. Kids go from one to another, which that was going to be more time away from his family, his friends, his community. But when we started Thrive, the judge allowed Justin to enroll, and he's excelled while in the community. He enrolled in school, started a job at a local bookstore. He's since started working. His relationship with his mom's improved. During this process, he lost a friend to gun violence and was very upset and considering retaliation, but the Thrive team was able to successfully redirect him from that path. He's adamant about taking advantage of this opportunity with his life coach, who's a formerly incarcerated person who grew up right in the same neighborhood. And he was helping Justin plan out his financial goals, plan out his educational goals, keeping him on track by helping him, transporting him to appointments that he would otherwise have a difficult time getting to, and just being there for him, just seeing him every day at first. That's just one recent story. I'm going to share some more and expand on Thrive a little bit later. Gun violence costs Americans an enormous amount of pain and suffering. Every day, 100 Americans are killed with guns and 200 more are shot and wounded, creating an exceptional and unnecessary amount of pain and trauma for millions of people all over the country. I've got 1,500 kids on my caseload in Maryland. That's it, 1,500 in a 6 million person state. And most of them are on probation or aftercare. They've come out of a facility. I've been here since February, so 10 months. During that time, think about 1,500 kids like a high school, right? 42 of my kids have either been shot or shot somebody. It's a stunning. Imagine a high school where on 42 separate occasions, not all at once, not somebody didn't come running into the room and do it, on 42 separate occasions, kids have been shot. I ran probation in New York City on 30,000 people on my caseload. I didn't have 42 people getting shot in a whole year. But obviously, all Americans don't experience gun violence equally. Black people are 10 times more likely to die by gun violence than white people. Black men and boys between the ages of 15 and 34, who make up just 2% of the population, account for 37% of homicides victims, gun homicide victims, and homicide is the leading cause of death for young Black men in the United States. But the narrative about Black youth and gun violence is far more likely to portray them as perpetrators than as survivors. Even among youth who are under supervision of my agency, many more youth are victims of gun violence than perpetrators. So that 42 is way more tilted towards kids who are victims or survivors. It's important we recognize that because as we figure out how to respond to the recent increases in gun violence among both young people and adults, we have to be careful not to go down a dangerous path, one that we've been down before, which did nothing to reduce violent crime, but did destroy lives, families, and communities. More and more, we hear renewed calls to be tough on crime, hearkening back, for some of us who've been in this field for a while, to the super predator era of the 1990s. Just to remind folks who didn't live through that, a professor named John DiIulio from Princeton warned of a rising tide of juvenile super predators, these are quotes, who were fatherless, godless, and without conscience. He went on to write, all that's left of the Black community in some pockets of urban America is deviant, delinquent, and criminal adults surrounded by severely abused and neglected children, virtually all of whom were born out of wedlock. So he didn't get punished for that dystopian view of Black America. He was elevated to become the nation's first director of the National Office of Faith-Based Initiatives. Again, this punitive turn wasn't felt equally by all groups of young people. Frankly, it wasn't targeted equally either. Youth of color, particularly Black youth, were locked up highly disproportionately, even when they committed similar crimes and had similar prior records. After the super predator theory was debunked, states and localities recognized that we needed to go in a different direction. A lot of that was pushed by formerly incarcerated people, advocates, researchers. It was a really great campaign. Over the last 2 decades, juvenile incarceration declined by 77%. But that did not cause crime to rise. Instead, juvenile arrests plummeted, falling by 80% between 1996 and 2020, and juveniles make up a smaller and smaller portion of overall arrests. Under 6% now of all arrests in the United States are kids. So it's about 16 times as much adults as kids are arrested every year. 13, 16, it's a small number, so it vacillates back and forth, but it's a way more adults. Now, almost 30 years later, I fear the super predator concept is beginning to rear its ugly head again. Again, as though kids account for a small portion of crime, over the last 2 years, juvenile crime has become a more and more focused on by the media. A new yet familiar narrative has taken hold that kids are running wild, that they are primarily to blame for violent crime, and that the juvenile legal system is too lenient. While some categories of juvenile crime and adult crime have increased since 2020, these increases follow a period of historic lows. That's not to minimize the concern. Any increase in violent crime, whether perpetrated by young people or adults, should be taken seriously. But if we are not careful in terms of how we respond to what's happening, we're going to make the same mistakes we made before, mistakes that were not only harmful to young people and communities, but were also bad for public safety. That's why in Maryland, we're making a serious and focused effort to implement a comprehensive approach to reducing gun violence that's based on what we know about adolescent development and best practices. We also know there isn't just one solution. Incarceration is an important component of our system, and we use it when we have to. But we can't always be reacting to crime. We need to get ahead of the curve. That's why we're taking an all-of-the-above approach that Governor Moore talks about, and I'm proud to work with him. He's a great guy, and it's really exciting to be on part of his team. So far, we've developed 3 basic strategies within the department specifically focused on gun violence. First, we've convened a multidisciplinary group of stakeholders, including law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, public defenders, and people with lived experience, to form what we're calling a Youth Engagement and Safety Strategy Team, or YES team. I don't make these names up. All the names I make up spell stuff that you can't say in public, so other people make them up for me. That's it, right? These teams are working together to develop recommendations for how to prevent gun violence among young people and intervene appropriately with young people found to be carrying guns. They're spending time wrestling with a lot of challenging issues, such as how do we address the fact that kids are carrying guns for their own protection, not necessarily going out to hurt anybody. Some people are, but a lot of kids are not. But that having that gun on them makes it more likely that they might use it in an escalating situation. No more fistfights if everybody's got a gun. Additionally, this summer, Governor Moore launched a Safe Summer initiative, knowing that crime and particularly gun crime tends to spike over the summers, by putting $5 million into local services and supports for young people, including funding for mentoring programs, workforce development, and supported work and supported service, and relocation services for young people and their families, because sometimes they just got to move. But the core of our gun violence reduction strategy is the Thrive Academy, which I mentioned earlier. That's a gun violence prevention initiative for youth under our supervision who are at very high risk of being involved in gun violence and connecting them to intensive support and interventions. The Thrive Academy started in Baltimore City and County, which accounts for about half of the gun violence amongst young people in the state, in September. And we're going to launch in Prince George's County before the end of 2023, this month, and with Anne Arundel County early next year. That's accounts for about 75%, those 4 counties. I believe Maryland's the first juvenile justice system in the country to develop a program like this that is especially targeted to youth involved in gun violence. It's super interesting how the juvenile justice world does not connect up with your world when it comes to targeting kids for gun violence. Our stuff focuses much more generically on risk. Literally, I kid you not, high-risk kids on my caseload are just as much high risk of shooting somebody as stealing a can of beer out of a grocery store. All I know is that they're high risk to reoffend. That's it. And that's the way we've lived. We haven't really lived in the gun violence world, especially because it had been going down prior to the pandemic. So now a lot of us are running hard to catch up. So we partnered with the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, Dave Muhammad, it's an old friend of mine, and the Annie E. Casey Foundation. And we analyzed 3.5 years worth of data, what separates kids in our system, the 2% who are involved in gun violence from the 98% who are not. Like what can we tease out of that so that we can use it as a predictive tool to say, this is the kid that needs help, not to lock them up, but to give them help. And so young people then are selected through a combination of that assessment tool and just human intelligence. Formerly incarcerated people in the neighborhood, cops, prosecutors, defense attorneys. We ask around like who's in trouble, because there's a lot more to all of this than just a point score system. And then we provide a robust set of services, supports, and supervision for a period of about 6 months, after which Thrive services and supports taper down gradually. Youth will still remain on our caseload on probation or aftercare, and they can reboot into Thrive if something pops up again, that there's danger. So, all right, here's what it is. Basically, once we're enrolled in Thrive, each youth is assigned a life coach from local organizations, nonprofits, staffed by credible messengers, individuals who have had life experiences similar to the kids in the program, and they're better able to make connections. We do have specially selected case managers, but they're government employees, and the kids don't necessarily open up to them the way they do to life coaches. Life coaches partner with the youth, their families, and our case managers to help the young people develop an individualized life plan for themselves. And they see the young people every day, sometimes several times a day initially. It tapers down over time, but they are seeing them every single day, weekends as well. Youth are then offered what we call a suitcase for success with individual items depending on their needs, strengths, and life goals. This can include, first, for everybody, it starts with a respectful conversation about the ramifications of gun violence. You could hurt or kill somebody. You could get hurt or killed. Your family and friends could get hurt or killed. You could go to prison. They just, they're kids. They just don't live in, they don't quite have it down, like they don't get it, right? And so you just kind of have to remind them, like it's not a lecture, but we need to at least say, this is the real world out there, and it's not threatening. Then we immediately give them, it's voluntary, and we give them a fiscal incentive. Join us. I think it's $150. You get $150, and we're going to do a life plan with a whole bunch of milestones. And when you achieve them, you get money. Otherwise, they got to go hustle, right? Let's just be real, right? They ain't not like, they don't have a trust fund. They're going to need that. They got to put money in their pockets, and they're going to put money in pockets one way or the other. We stipend work or service. I want to be a mechanic. You have zero reason to believe anybody's going to hire you as a mechanic. You've never been one before, but it's a decent goal for you. So we're going to pay Joe the mechanic, who we know because we know the community now, and we'll just pay him to hire you. And eventually, when you're good enough to be a real mechanic, Joe's got to pay you. We're not going to pay you forever, but like that's the way it'll start off. So you get a job. College or vocational school. We will pay for you to go to college. We'll pay for your tuition. We'll pay for you to become an HVAC person or whatever, whatever you want to learn. Like if you want to go to a school, and we'll help your family figure out how to apply for a Pell Grant. So again, we're not paying you forever for your tuition, because you can probably go for free. Relocation for the family and the youth if they need it. We're not pushing it on people, but some people got to move. There's too many people after them. And then, kind of group activities that build pro-social skills and fellowship and group learning. We're going to cohort them so that they're supporting each other. We'll go camping. We'll go to a ball game. We'll go to museums. We'll go to where they want to go. Like we'll let them pick so that they have agency in it all. Trauma-informed therapy and family support services. I've yet to meet one of these kids that's gun involved and has not seen some unspeakable shit in their lives, right? Let's be real about this right there. They're not just picking up a gun and going to do bad stuff. They've seen people killed. They've seen people shot. They've held people that are bleeding. And then assistance with accessing family income supports. A lot of them don't know what they have, what they're entitled to get. So we're providing this robust set of opportunities, a life coach who's with lived experience, fiscal incentives. We believe that these the fiscal incentives particularly have been shown to be key to program engagement, including in Baltimore. If an incentive of $300 a month can help a shooting that costs taxpayers $1.2 million, it's worth it, certainly in fiscal terms, but absolutely in human terms. And while there's significant resources being devoted to Thrive, it's still much cheaper than locking kids up. Thrive will cost about $16,000 per youth over that 6-month period, a lot of money. But by comparison, the average cost for one youth to complete 4 months of programming at one of our hardware secure youth prisons is over $185,000. And Thrive is already seeing good results, though it's very early, and I'm almost nervous to say this out loud. So far, 100% of the youth we've asked to join Thrive, which is completely voluntary, have agreed. So they all said yes. And then, yeah. Because if they say no, we're like, oh my God, now what? Because now we know they're the highest risk kids. And if they say no, like we're not going to jam them in. We'll have other opportunities for them, but so far, everyone. And in 3 months that the program's been in place, nobody's been arrested on a gun charge, and there have been no new incidents of gun violence. Right? Yeah. 2 kids out of 35 have been rearrested for something else that was nonviolent. So this is just what we're seeing so far. We're working with the University of Pennsylvania to do an arm's length research on it so they can smack us around if we're not doing it right and tell the world whether we did do it right. We're excited to share stories like Justin's. Brandon was placed in Thrive after his best friend was killed last summer. That's often what's going to trigger this, because we know that, what they're thinking is they got to go get that guy back, or the other people think they're gonna. So they just kill him, right? Or shoot him because they think the rules of the road are you're going to be coming for us. So sometimes they're not even actually going to do it, but that's just what people think. While he was previously struggling on probation, he now has a job. He's doing really well. I'll end with how am I doing? Well, I'll end with my Kayla, 17-year-old mother of 3. She's really made an impressive turnaround. School told her, you're never going to make it because you got babies, right? They basically discouraged her from coming to school. It was really, really, really sad. But she's now working with a life coach who she's bonded heavily with. It's a woman to kind of have a better, understanding of how she could possibly have a better life, right? Because she doesn't know. She agreed, like she believed what the school told her, that she's no good. So once she started working with them, she's back in school now. She's got daycare. She's got all that set up. She's thinking about her future and what she wants to accomplish, making clear and concise actions toward those goals. It's a written plan. We go over it every time they meet with her, once a week. She feels the progress. It, feels good, for her. And it's not just a world of despair for some of them. And she's stated the program's been a blessing to her and her family, and her mother absolutely loves it. So I'll skip. I got one more story, but I'm going to skip that story because I think it's time to go. I was trying to drop the mic, right? We're pleased with these early results and hope we continue to see success. There's obviously no silver bullet. They have such complicated lives, and it's such a dance with them. But our hope and belief is that Thrive will demonstrate that when we wrap resources around young people, really meaningful, no bullshit resources, not just some sort of conversation, and then we walk out of the room, that they will indeed thrive. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you again for sharing so much hard-earned wisdom that you've experienced over your career. Our next speaker, we have a breakout session later today that I encourage about how to recruit, elevate, and empower young leaders. And I wanted to put our money where our mouth was and make sure that we gave a couple really remarkable young leaders a chance to speak to everybody in the room. First up, we may know Trey Bosley. He is really involved with Brave, Bold Resistance Against Violence Everywhere young leaders in Chicago, where he helps educate and train other young leaders to promote peace in his community. Over the past 5 years, I've been just always impressed with his powerful remarks, whether it's introducing President Biden and the Bipartisan Safer Community Act anniversary event in Hartford, where I saw many of you rallying outside of the Supreme Court, multiple March for Our Lives rallies. One thing I love about our youth leaders is they wear many hats. They're not, they don't stick to just one affiliation. They go wherever they can make the most impact. And I wanted to try to model best behavior where I have no idea what Trey's going to speak about, or our next speaker, Aaliyah. I want them to feel empowered to say whatever they think this room needs to hear. And so I'm very excited to hear what they have to say. So we'll start with Trey.
Hello, everybody. So a lot of you probably know I come from an activist background, so I got to start off with a chant. I need everybody to repeat after me. Say, we must save lives. Now, I know it's early, though, but with a little more energy. Say, we must save lives. One more time. Say, we must save lives. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Trevon Bosley. I'm a member of the Brave Youth Leaders, a grassroots organization in Chicago. I'm an alumni member of Giffords Courage Fellows, and I'm a board co-chair for March for Our Lives. I'm also from the city of Chicago, a city like many other cities across the country where COVID was not our first introduction to mass deaths and overcrowded hospitals. A city like many other cities across the country where incarceration and poverty rates are high and real investment and opportunity is low. A place like many other places where officers will investigate the character of your deceased loved one far, far before they actually investigate their murder. I don't think you all truly understand. I'm from a city like many other cities across America where one's title means very little for those who are Black and brown. If you were shot and killed tomorrow, your death would be reported as gang-related. You would be added to a weekend tally as 40 shot and 7 killed in the corner of the newspaper. No pictures, no stories, no books, and most importantly, no justice. For some of you, this concept may be foreign, but there are many in this room today who have had to deal with their loved ones murdered twice. First, the murder that took their life, and next, the murder of their character at the hands of society. A reality known all too well in the Black and brown community. Many people still may not understand violence that I'm speaking of, so I'll make it even more personal. My cousin Vincent Avant shot and killed down the street from his home in 2005. My fellow Brave youth leader, Tiana Lofton, shot down the street from our organization, Meets. Tommy Lee shot while getting in the car at a store. Kenneth Mitchell, murdered trying to be a peacemaker in an altercation between two people. Taisha Abney, shot leaving a movie theater. Tyler Randolph, shot in his driveway. Damian Purnell, shot on his front porch. Larry Purnell, shot while working doing lawn service for a client. Matthew Rogers, murdered while leaving a club. Kaylin Pryor, shot while leaving her grandparents' house. Tremaine Henderson, shot by his childhood friend in his home. My fellow Brave Youth leader, Lanaya Murphy, shot and killed in her car. My brother, Terrell Bosley, a gospel bass player, shot and killed at church. Do you all truly understand me when I say this is everyday violence? No wrong place, wrong time, only right people doing the right things, wronged by a society that constantly wrongs those who are Black, brown, and impoverished. I often get asked the question, Trey, you've dealt with so much loss. What keeps you hopeful? Well, for one, the young people across the country who refuse to allow society to continue to be engulfed by violence, injustice, and oppression. We are a generation that has not settled for the bare minimum society left to us, but we rather raise the bar of society that we deserve. A generation that doesn't settle for a candidate solely because they are a Democrat, but officials who are actually prepared to put in work. And best believe Dems who speak one way and vote another, especially in Illinois, we see you. We are a generation whose strength, voice, and ideas are real and not just a tool to be used around election time. A generation whose power deserves a seat at all real tables and not the kiddie ones. A generation whose fight for peace has no bounds, whether it be in America or in countries across the globe. Now, I must say, all of my hopefulness does not come from a place of happiness and enthusiasm. As many of you heard me say yesterday, I'm mainly hopeful because we don't have the luxury not to be. I have a homie who had to search and find the body of his murdered best friend because the police refused to do a search for him. I have another friend who not only had to bury his brother, but also deal with the loss of more at a mass shooting that occurred at the funeral. I've spoken at events with hundreds of 1st through 8th graders where they not only have experienced gun violence firsthand, but they all know where to get a gun from. Gun violence became the leading cause of death for all children in 2020, and gun violence was the leading cause of death for Black children since 2006. This is a reality I have to deal with my whole life, and I'll be damned if I let another generation of kids have to do the same. So I won't stand up here and act as if nothing has been done, though, as if our work has not bared any fruits in this stairway of the society we dream of. But we are far from being complete, so we cannot afford to dust off our hands and act as if the job is done. We should be proud we have the Bipartisan Safer Community Acts, but we must provide ways for grassroots work to be done without fronting the money they don't have. We should be proud of electing young leaders like Representative Frost, but we must continue to actually put time, effort, and for some of us, we skip this step, but money behind the young people we actually believe in. Lastly, we should be proud of the impact. We should be proud of the White House Office of Violence Prevention, but we also must continue to fight for violence prevention offices in cities across America. And lastly, we should be proud of the lives that we have impacted and saved today, but understand that if we were to stop, who's to say those lives wouldn't be taken tomorrow? So thank you, everybody. Next, I want to introduce my friend who's been doing great work ever since she entered this fight, Miss Alea Eastman.
Good morning. My name is Alea Eastman. I'm a co-founder of Brady's Team Enough, and I'm also a survivor of gun violence. In 2018, my high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, became the site of the deadliest high school shooting in American history on Valentine's Day. That day, 14 of my classmates and 3 administrators were murdered, and another 17 were injured. I was in the 3rd classroom attacked by the perpetrator, where 6 of my classmates were shot and 2 died right before our eyes. I am only alive today because of Nicholas Dworet, who in death protected me from bullets as they ripped through our classroom's walls, windows, and the bodies of teenagers. At the age of 16, I had to witness 2 of my classmates die on a day dedicated to love, not hate. But before that day, I was not unscathed from gun violence. I lost an uncle to this violence in Brooklyn, New York. He only made it to the age of 18. Like so many who die in everyday gun violence, only our family commemorates the anniversary. There was no media, no mobilizing, and no efforts to find his murderer. But this pervasive everyday gun violence is not only systemic, but considered normal for communities like Brooklyn or Broward County, Florida. Well, let's get one thing clear. This violence is not normal. The young people of Team Enough do not think it's normal, and neither do the parents of children who are both victims and perpetrators of this violence. It shouldn't be normal that you can get shot walking to school or the metro station, but it happens nearly every day right here in the nation's capital. It shouldn't be normal that 1 in 5 Americans know someone who's been shot, but it is, and that margin is only shrinking. It shouldn't be normal that every day 8 kids are killed or injured by unintentional fire, but it's the reality that we are living in. We can only do so much to shift our reality through policy and industry accountability. We know gun laws save lives, and shutting down negligent dealers makes communities safer. But what are we missing to move the needle towards a future free from gun violence? In a country where more guns than people, we must shift our norms to account for this reality. Both Brady and Team Enough have realized the missing piece is culture. Guns are so embedded in American culture, largely due to the Second Amendment, but also because of the billions the gun industry has spent to perpetuate the big lie, that guns keep us safer. They've fed us this lie for years, inhibited progress, and enabled this epidemic, particularly the everyday gun violence that is responsible for becoming the #1 cause of death for American children, noting that it's long been the #1 cause of death for Black and brown children. Sadly, their predatory practices has worked, and they succeeded in getting Americans to buy more guns. And the result, more people die. They die in mass shootings because 76% of school shooters get their guns from their own home. They die by firearm suicide because access to a gun in the home increases the risk of suicide by 300%. And they die because a gun is unlocked and a child turns it on a family member, a friend, or themselves. But how can we take down America's #1 secret enemy? How can we get Americans to see that they are not made safer by keeping a firearm in their home? Changing the culture to influence safe storage would have a significant impact on reducing firearm deaths, and locking all household firearms would reduce firearm suicide and unintentional firearm fatalities among youth up to 32%. Brady followed the research, and we learned that we need to go to the people. Brady launched This Is Our Lane to engage and leverage doctors and healthcare professionals to talk about gun violence as a public health issue. Just as clinicians advise medicines, treatment plans, or remedies, Brady is helping to build a network to ensure that they are advising parents about the danger of firearms. Imagine if every checkup appointment included a question about whether or not there is an unlocked firearm in a home. This has the potential to inspire countless Americans to change their normal and start making their homes and children safer. Even though there are a lot of us in the room, we can't possibly visit every single home of American families to educate them, and who is to say that they will welcome us, especially gun owners who have a perceived notion that we're trying to take their guns away. The stigma they have against our movement might keep them from listening. But you know who they're listening to, who enters their living rooms and graces their screens or enters their way into their conversations? Their favorite TV characters. Have you ever watched a show and thought to yourself, oh, I like that outfit, I should buy something like that? Or perhaps that trip looks cool, I should look at flights. Well, that influence is not imagined. Television and movies do impact our actions. Research has shown that Americans, young and old, are more inclined to smoke if they see their favorite characters doing the same. What if they see their beloved heroes storing a firearm responsibly? Might they start doing the same? Campaigns to stop drunk driving, reduce tobacco usage, and promote seatbelts have all taken this approach. Why can't we do the same to stop the biggest public health epidemic our country has ever experienced? Brady has already dipped their toes in the waters of culture change by working with the Ad Council to release PSAs about safe storage through our End Family Fire program. Gun owners and gun-owning parents are over 5 times more likely to seek out information about safe storage after seeing End Family Fire PSAs. 48% of gun owners change how they store their guns after viewing the ads. Seeing the new normal in these ads can potentially save a life. But now we're increasing our scope, working with some of the biggest names in writing rooms, on sets, on screen to force a seismic shift in Americans' gun culture with our show Gun Safety Initiative. These influencers and creators are listening to Brady. They are committed to ensuring their characters are putting their firearms in safes on screen, and they're developing stories that emphasize the dangers of guns instead of romanticizing them. They've also promised to uplift Black and Brown stories that are not only centered around violence. Thanks to these creators, we have an opportunity to change the narrative around guns in America. Just last month, I sat on a panel of writers and directors with a talent agency called CAA, where we discussed this issue with other industry mavericks and pioneers. Alongside me sat Sean Tretta, who is the father and a director, and his daughter's name, Mia. She might be in this room. Hi, Mia, if you're here. She's also a survivor of gun violence. This violence is personal to these icons, and by working with Brady, they're making an impact. Germinating this change and taking it right to Americans through a medium they trust can help us pollinate the ideas of what normal responsible gun ownership looks like more quickly and successfully than we can through news media. It is important to consider survivors as well. Many survivors aren't able to consume content in the same way after experiencing a shooting. There are a number of things that can be triggering, whether it's the sounds of gunshots or storylines. It is important that the depiction of firearms and gun violence are accurate. Survivors don't just move on. Things never go back to normal, and there are lifelong impacts that must be shown on screen. Young people in America live under this constant threat of gun violence. We live in fear because we live in a reality where nowhere is safe. It's important to show the disproportionate impact of gun violence on Black and Brown communities as well. Too often, whether it be in conversation, news, or TV, white victims of gun violence are framed as solely victims, while Black victims of gun violence are depicted as being responsible for the violence that they endure. We need to tell these stories in an authentic way that combats stereotypes and takes into considerations the many factors at play, which is easy access to guns, lack of resources, and factors like race, class, gender, sexuality, education, housing, etc. We know that the gun industry specifically markets firearms to young Black adult males or young males, period, and uses military or hero type depictions to make firearms more appealing. This type of marketing has impacted who and how firearms are used. By creating storylines that celebrate responsible gun ownership and or that work to separate firearms from what it means to be a cool or a hero, we can similarly reframe the way people perceive firearms from a young age. Brady is also taking the gun industry's pervasive marketing by partnering with some of the biggest ad agencies in the world. We've taken our appeals to these powerhouses, and they are helping us craft messaging to reach beyond our typical audience of donors, organizers, and volunteers. We've cracked the code and we're reaching the movable middle who have been stuck in the echo of chambers of the gun industry's making, which has stopped them from learning the truth about guns. Carnage, suffering, and fear have become all too normal in this country, but Brady and Team Enough and the young people in this fight are forging a new normal. Through shifting the culture, we can make responsible gun ownership, safe storage, and enable the safety of freedom from the dangers for not just children, but specifically Black and Brown children who deal with this epidemic more than anybody else. Thank you, and let's continue to get to work.
Thank you very much. So I do have a little bit of housekeeping, but I want you to keep that energy from our amazing speakers going into our breakout sessions. The not so good news, our restrooms are still not great from the sabotage by workers outside, not sabotage, but there was some construction. So please, if you use the restroom, someone on the second floor, friendly CAP staffer will help make sure you get access. I know everybody was very excited to see each other yesterday. So it was got a little chatty in the lobby. I think today will be better, but if you are, maybe move away from the doors or maybe go upstairs for those conversations. But I do love that people are finding community and meeting new friends. Obviously, please clean up after yourself. I really want to thank our event staff and everyone, the CAP volunteers have been doing a great job, but please make their lives a little easier today after a long couple of days. And last year, I noticed people were, eager to get on the road last year. We had a few empty seats for Senator Murphy last year. But we had an amazing conversation. So this year, we're going to end a little earlier at 2 p.m. And I really hope people will stay for Congressman Frost. We're very lucky to have him come and really help us end strong on a very positive note. So we now have a 10-minute break, but I just want to go over the breakouts. If you're interested in preventing harm, public health solutions to violence prevention, please move your way to the front of the room. If you're interested in the impact of gun violence on Latino communities, what I'm very looking forward to, you can maybe head out into the hallway, grab some coffee while we put up the divider wall, and then the orange room is going to be the back of this conference room. And then I think some of people we've talked about these on coalition calls. AB 28 doesn't sound like an exciting name, but that is one of the most exciting, I think, victories we've had in the past, where a group of national and local advocates really did a multi-year campaign to put a tax in California, which is very difficult in the anti-tax California, to really get sustainable funding for violence prevention and closing cases. So if you want to learn how they did that with a point-by-point guide, please head upstairs to the Chesapeake room and they'll be ready for you shortly. Thank you all so much. Oh, and one more thing, since I won't see you before lunch, I'm glad that people enjoyed lunch yesterday, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to Everytown for Gun Safety for providing lunch both days for everybody. And so thank you to Corey and Jose and Max for your partnership.
session, Preventing Harm, Public Health Solutions to Gun Violence. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment just for us to have a moment of silence for the 6 people that were murdered in Austin, Texas, in a mass shooting. So if we can just take a moment of silence for them. Thank you. It's these moments that remind us soberly, keep us sober and remind us of why we do the work that we do and why these conversations are so important. And this panel is here to talk about, this panel of experts is here to talk about public health solutions to gun violence. We understand that that gun violence is a public health issue, but we also need to better understand what that means and what that looks like in practice, above and beyond community violence intervention. And so looking at prevention as well, and what are some of those solutions. And so I want to remind you all that as we, have a moment of silence, we had a moment of silence for the 6 people that were unfortunately killed in the mass shooting. This morning, we remember all of those lives that were lost or permanently injured as a result of gun violence, and just want to remind you that there is a therapist, Brandy Thompson, in the quiet space. So if at any point, be it a panelist or participant, please feel free to use that space or to utilize Brandy as a resource throughout the conference today. Lisa Geller is the moderator for this session, and she is the executive director of the Rohr Center at the University of I said Linda, so I'm going to tell you Linda is. I am determined to talk about Linda, but I'm going to thank you. I'm going to talk about Lisa instead. Yes. Linda, you are now the moderator. I hope you're ready. Lisa is the senior advisor for implementation and co-lead of the National ERPO Resource Center at Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. And she will be the moderator for this morning's session, and she will take it away and introduce the panelists.
Thank you, Arnita. And thank you for that promotion. My boss is in the audience, so she's going to hear that I got a promotion in my new title. Thank you all for being here, for learning about the public health approach. I know a lot of people here are very familiar in it already, so I hope that you take something away, and hopefully we will have some time at the end for questions. I'm going to let the panelists introduce themselves. As Arnita said, I work at Johns Hopkins as a researcher and really focus on the implementation of extreme risk protection orders and domestic violence protection orders. And my background is in public health, so this is something I'm very, very passionate about. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Kurtzer.
Hi, I'm Tracy Kurtzer. I'm the Medical Director of Trauma-Informed Care and Education in the Department of OBGYN at Northwestern in Chicago. And I got involved in the gun violence space about 10 years ago, actually. It was right after Sandy Hook, and I was just infuriated that nothing had changed in our policy. So I joined a very small group of concerned moms on Facebook, and that later evolved into Moms Demand Action. I started really more as a keyboard warrior at first, but over the years got more involved. When I sold my private practice, was able to spend more time in local activism and then at the state level in some advocacy. And I now am the state for Illinois extreme risk lead for Moms Demand Action. And I also work for another organization, Doctors for America. I should say volunteer for another organization, Doctors for America, in their community health and prevention group with the focus on gun violence prevention. So my day-to-day work, I am a trauma-informed gynecologist. I take care of individuals who have dealt with trauma from sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking. And I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I call my people, and it's an honor to be on this panel as well.
All right, good morning. My name is Reggie Moore. I direct the Division of Community Safety Policy and Engagement for the Medical College of Wisconsin Comprehensive Injury Center. Prior to that, I served as the director of the City of Milwaukee's Office of Violence Prevention, did my tour of duty with Ms. Arnita Holloman, who's now with the Center for American Progress. And I was here last year as well on a similar topic or conversation. And I'm glad that we're continuing this conversation around centering public health in this work. Within our division at the Medical College, we administer the statewide Community Safety Fund. I want to shout out my colleague, Ann McCullough, who's also here in the audience. And we are one of the few institutions in the country that actually, and a lot of these funds are administered by departments of justice or departments of health services. But as a medical college, the governor partnered with us to administer those funds. And we've partnered and administered $10 million throughout the state to support public health approaches to violence prevention and community safety.
Good morning. I am the real Lydia Watts, the executive director of ROAR, which stands for the Rebuild, Overcome, and Rise Center at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And ROAR, as we're known, is a direct service provider for folks that have been victims of gun violence, either homicide survivors or non-fatal shootings. And we provide an array of services. I'm a lawyer, I've been a lawyer for a long time now. And so we have lawyers on staff, counselors, case managers, and a nurse care manager. I am also almost done. I have 2 more assignments, and then I will be done with my MPH. I'm a Bahi Fellow at Johns Hopkins in the gun violence or the violence cohort of the Bloomberg American Health Initiative.
Great. Thank you all so much. I want to start with you, Reggie, and explain to us what exactly the public health approach is and how we can apply it and use it to prevent gun violence.
Absolutely. I actually want to start, and usually when I talk about this topic, I like to start with the definition of violence. And again, I know I'm preaching to the preachers here, but I think it's a really important context to center the conversation. And also, as you hear this definition, I want you to reflect on all of the presentations and remarks that you've heard, not just this morning, but also yesterday. But violence being defined by the World Health Organization as the intentional use of physical force of power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. And the reason I think that context is important is when we talk about a public health issue or gun violence as a public health issue, it's understanding, and we use the term comprehensive, that is comprehensive. And it's understanding that violence has occurred long before the shot is fired or the physical act of violence has happened. And so when we think about, and we hear the term a public health approach being applied to a lot of topics and issues, essentially what it encompasses is a 4-step process. Identifying the problem, what's happening, who is it happening to? So when we talk about communities most impacted by gun violence, at the local level, we have a data team as a part of our center that does a job that basically monitors what's happening every day and provides that data to the community, because data can be weaponized or it can be used as a tool to save lives. And so for the researchers and academics in the room, that's really important to remember, and that the goal is not to cause further harm to a community. And sometimes that can happen unintentionally. But at the end of the day, it's really understanding what neighborhoods, what populations are impacted by what forms of gun violence. And then the next step is identifying what are the risk and protective factors. So when you look at census data around the country and, you know, the work that we do in Cleveland or in Kalamazoo, Michigan, wherever city in the country you can name, you will overlay and you can see where there's high concentrations of gun violence, there's also high concentrations of social deprivation or high unemployment. And these aren't just situational, these are generational. And these are historic and structural. And so it's understanding what are all of the factors that are actually contributing, but also understanding that these communities also have power and they have assets. And unfortunately, they are operating and functioning on little resources, but also against extreme, both political, economic, and other social forces to actually enact self-determination. And so understanding what are the protective factors. So looking at the fact that you have violence intervention programs, you have advocates, organizers, survivors who are speaking out, who are serving their community every day, who are providing trauma-informed support to each other. And so it really is looking at these communities aren't just deprived, they also have assets and power that just has to be maximized and elevated. And then in terms of the next step is identifying what are the actual intervention or strategies that are going to be implemented. In Milwaukee, we engaged thousands of community residents in developing and launching something called the Blueprint for Peace. And it's the first comprehensive community safety plan in the city. And from 2016 to 2019, saw a steady 4-year decline in homicides and non-fatal shootings. But like, thank you. But like, and we credit that to the community because it really was about building a movement. And I didn't go into all my background, but my background is also in community organizing. And so it really is about how do we look at this as a movement? And a movement is that everybody has a role to play, but everybody has to be moving in the same direction, but there are different lanes as we approach that direction. And then finally, it's how do we sustain those interventions? And when I say interventions, I'm not just talking programs, I'm also talking policy, which you'll hear more about. It's also primary prevention and looking at what is the role of after school and out of school time programs. What are the things that every child or family in a community deserves, and you shouldn't have to get in trouble to get help. And unfortunately, that's the type of structure in society that we've set up in communities across this country.
Thank you, Reggie. I'll get back to you in a second about policy because I want to talk about that because I think that's sometimes left off of this public health approach. But I want to ask you, Lydia, your background is in victim services. Why are victim services so important for survivors of gun violence, and how can they also exist to prevent future violence?
So I just want to echo everything Reggie just said about the risk and protective factors. And in public health, we always talk about population level solutions, right? But individuals are the ones who are being impacted every single day by gun violence. And so when to answer your question, victim services is more of a secondary or tertiary prevention model, right? Somebody's already been victimized, they're a survivor either of homicide or of a non-fatal shooting. As I said, that's the majority of folks who come to ROAR. And did I say that I'm in Baltimore City? So the relevance of that is that prior to ROAR's inception, there was really nobody that other than hospitals, right? But post-hospital, there was no services for folks who had been directly impacted by gun violence. There was a counseling center that worked with homicide survivors. There's Roberta's House, they're still in existence. But when you think of victim services, and for those of you who aren't familiar with that field, it's really been widely developed over the past 30 years since the Violence Against Women Act was passed, that provided federal dollars directly to organizations that were working with intimate partner violence and sexual violence survivors. So when you think about the battered women's movement, as it's often referred to, it started as a shelter-based program. Those dollars have now allowed for enormous expansion of those kinds of programs to provide all sorts of supportive services. Same with sexual assault. Typically, you think of rape crisis centers as the initial response. Again, through the Violence Against Women Act, there are now numerous services. And what I realized, having that background, I've been working in that field for 30 years, and coming to Baltimore and seeing the large number of gun violence survivors that came in the door, there was nothing in place for folks that experience gun violence. And as we've heard numerous times from numerous speakers and panelists, folks are demonized when they experience this kind of victimization. Not to say that intimate partner violence and sexual violence survivors aren't either, because they are too, but it is completely widespread. 100% of gun violence victims, unless it was somebody who looked like me. When I very first started at ROAR, I was talking to a hospital violence interventionist, and we were talking about how the police confiscate the property of the victim. And I said, has there ever been a time that hasn't happened? And he'd been doing this work for close to 20 years. And he kind of paused and he said, well, there was this 80-year-old white guy who got shot down in the Inner Harbor, which is, the touristy area of Baltimore City. They didn't take his property. So just illuminating all of the racist assumptions that are made by law enforcement, and the way in which those folks who are in grievous harm, right? They've either lost a loved one, or they are in very serious physical risk of life, and they're being treated as if they are the problem. And so the individual level really feeds into that population level. Similarly to intimate partner violence and sexual violence, the risk and protector factors that Reggie talked about include, as a protective factor, access to a lawyer to help you if you're facing housing issues, access to a lawyer for employment issues, for getting compensation from the state for your injuries, all sorts of legal issues that come up, but there's not a cadre of lawyers available to assist gun violence survivors. So that's an integral part of why I keep pushing for victim services to be a part of the gun violence solution, because we need, as we heard Oswald say yesterday, if that young man who had shot him had gotten services after when he had gotten shot, how likely would it have been that he would have followed a different path and not wound up shooting Oswald? That's the secondary or tertiary prevention, is not only do we know once somebody's been shot that they're a much higher risk of being shot again, but they're also at a much higher risk of shooting somebody. So victim services can be that protective factor that can hopefully, address a lot of those risk factors that Reggie really beautifully articulated is rooted in racism and white supremacy. And then the other piece, I'll just touch on policy, is that I work very actively on policy issues because I have that, both that public health lens as well as that lawyer lens. So I work very closely with other organizations, including Kyle Fisher here in the second row from the hobby, that when I see systemic issues coming up, because I'm seeing so many survivors each and every day, and I'm hearing the repeated occurrences of property being seized. As a lawyer, I'm like, well, that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. And, let's do something about it, which wound up with a federal class action lawsuit suing Baltimore Police Department, still being litigated. But the police are still saying that they have a right to all of this evidence, which is not evidence at all. What is your cell phone evidence of? What are your keys evidence of? What are your shoes evidence of? And I know Kyle, as an emergency room doctor, he pushes back on the police, but most medical professionals are very challenged by the police dynamic in that hospital, and they'll turn over that property. So again, just that's why I think victim services is so critical to this public health crisis, because there's a role that we all can play in elevating the experiences of survivors and getting that before the policy, years, right? And just one final thing is also around community engaged research. So yes, data plays an enormously important role, but so do the stories of the survivors. And so qualitative community engaged research is critical so that, again, we can raise the voices of the people who are most directly impacted and use that research also, in addition to the data, to really illustrate the full range of travesties that are happening across this country in every single community.
Thank you, Lydia. I want to turn now to Tracy to talk about a public health crisis that often intersects with gun violence, which is domestic violence. My work focuses on the intersection of the two. Firearms often play a big role in domestic violence. I want to hear from you and your work about what the public health approach to domestic violence and gun violence is, and how we can use that model to address the intersection between the two.
Yeah, so domestic violence, I mean, we hear the statistics, right? 1 in 5 women, 1 in 7 men, so incredibly pervasive. But I don't think hearing even that number really gives you a sense of how profound the effect is, right? So not only just on the individual level, but the societal effects, the family and societal effects, domestic violence, the physical outcomes, obviously, the things that we see, but a lot of the hidden, it's often a hidden crime, so it's underreported. There's a lot of stereotypes about what victims look like, so oftentimes it's under-recognized in the medical community, under-addressed, but just so pervasive as far as physical and psychological, injuries that result. And then I have to, as the OB in me, comment on the obstetric side of things too, and just the pregnancy related effects, a lot of coerced pregnancies, unintended pregnancies as a result too. But the, effects when it intersects with gun violence, and I would argue that domestic violence really plays a role in almost all of the different aspects of gun violence and the numbers of gun violence injuries and deaths that we see. When you think about, obviously, although domestic violence related homicides only makes up a very small portion of our overall gun deaths every year, We do see that connection, and unfortunately we're seeing rising numbers, right? With the pandemic, there were higher rates of domestic violence calls to our hotlines. We also saw record numbers of gun sales. Well, what else did we see? We saw an increase in homicides of Black women go up by 40% over that same time. So there's a connection again, I think, with our, domestic violence, and a lot of these conditions that the disparities come out, our health disparities that connect domestic violence, gun violence, poverty, systemic racism. So it's all very integrated, and these are the populations that are going to be most impacted when domestic violence rates go up, and gun violence as well. Other areas where there's an overlap, when we look at our numbers of suicides, which make up our majority of our cases of gun violence deaths in this country, a portion of those are going to be the result of murder suicides, right? That's where other family members get involved. Children, right? Our leading cause of homicides for our children is related to domestic violence incidents, and those are 3 times as high as the school shooting murders of our children. So very impactful for families, right, and society when children are killed. And then mass shootings, another area where, again, where domestic violence kind of plays a role. We see that perpetrators, over 60%, have some history of domestic violence or are actually intending to harm, one of the victims of their mass shooting is an intimate partner or family member. And those are incredibly lethal mass shootings on top of it. And then I would say even the day-to-day community violence. We talked a lot yesterday. I don't know, for those of you that witnessed the panel or were part of the panel on domestic violence, they really covered so many great topics. But one of the things they mentioned was just that impact of children witnessing violence, and how that then, leads to, we talk about hurting people and that generational trauma and the circle continuing. Well, what are children learning when they see that in their family is, how do I handle a conflict? I turn to violence. And if then on top of it, firearms are so readily available and many times not being, safely secured at home, those firearms then can be used to handle, disputes that, or, street violence, or even just, disputes for retribution in a very lethal way. And instead of that gun being used for protection at home, suddenly it's being turned into, a harmful method. So using tools to address domestic violence and better recognize and treat and use victim services when it's identified, all of those things to stabilize families and to allow more opportunities for individuals involved to get out of that situation safely, is going to ultimately impact our gun violence rates.
Thank you, Tracy. Before we get to some audience Q&A, I want to shift back to the conversation about policy, because that's what my focus is on. It's something I'm very interested in. I know all 3 of you have thoughts on policies that work to prevent gun violence and domestic violence as well. And one that I just want to introduce, because I would guess that a lot of people here live in a state with an extremist protection order, a red flag law, is that type of policy. Because in my work, in my opinion, this is a public health approach, because it's all about going upstream and preventing violence. It's all about, acting before someone can act. And that's really the point of the public health approach, right? Is we want to intervene before something happens. So I want to give all of you, probably in the order of that you're sitting, starting with you, Tracy, an opportunity to touch on policies that you work on. For you, it could be also the ERPO, because you do that in Illinois, and talk about how the policies that are top of mind for you are modeling the public health approach to prevent gun violence.
Right. So again, public health, I think primarily of prevention, early detection, right? That's how we address health issues in general. We're going to have better outcomes. Prevention, I would say, addressing, obviously we see the overlap with communities that are impacted. Again, all those social determinants of health that play a role. Do you have access to education and job opportunities? Do you have access to healthy environments and safe environments to live in? So really from that standpoint in hospital policy, working towards utilizing screening tools or, just one-on-one conversations to determine what is the situation for somebody in their home environment. And can we play a role? Can we help with some protective mechanisms to put in place so that they're less likely to be in a situation where they're forced into a relationship to survive? I would also then say, as I mentioned, with pregnancy, children are often used as a means of coercion and control for keeping individuals in an unhealthy, toxic relationship. So access to contraception, access to safe and legal abortion, these are all policies we need to be proponents for if we're looking at preventing domestic violence, reducing gun violence rates. And then from early detection in our patients that we have identified as survivors of domestic violence, recognizing some of those red flags for homicide. So if they've had a history of choking or strangulation, if they've recently exiting the relationship, pregnancy, unfortunately, violence escalates as well. All of those are previously being threatened by a weapon of any kind. All of those are really high risk markers for potential homicide. Those are the situations where a little bit more aggressive engagement, I would say, because we try to be as patient-centered or person-centered with, how we approach treatment for domestic violence. So providing resources, we really want to center that on what the patient needs at the time and not be prescriptive of what they have to do to get out of that situation, because every patient knows what's best for them. So I would say just, in those particular situations, so absolutely making sure that they're aware of the domestic violence orders of protection that are available to them. If there is a firearm involved or suspected that there might be one in the home, making sure that there's a firearm remedy in that. And then if you happen to live in a state that has an extreme risk protection order, another approach for a survivor in order to protect themselves.
And from an advocacy perspective, I just want to encourage people to think about kind of three prongs in terms of policies and practices and investment. Because I think oftentimes when we think about policy, we think about government policy, which is absolutely important. But I also believe that policy change also starts at home. So an example of that is our center is actually working with our police departments in the region around their policies and practices, how they show up in our trauma bay. And that is being driven by survivors that we serve through our violence intervention program. And I think we're the only independent medical college in the country that houses a CVI program, which is called For and for Life. So it's a violence intervention program that does, outreach, street outreach mediation, but also response to the hospital, support families and survivors of gun violence. And so when I say start at home, really looking at even on the hospital side, when those survivors have experiences with the medical providers, we're able to process that, reflect on that, and advocate for change. And luckily, we don't have to push that hard because the hospital, all the way up to the president of the hospital, is very committed and brought in to this program. And so I think that that's really important. Also, I want to underscore the investment piece, because with this ARPA cliff coming, at the local level, it's going to be really important for communities, advocates, and others to really work together to look at how do these programs, whether we're talking primary prevention programs, intervention, or tertiary, get sustained. And I like to argue that the work that we're describing in this room that we've talked about over the past 2 days should be as integral to city services as libraries, fire, trash pickup. Prevention should be the approach that we also invest equitably in.
So I'm going to kind of give you an umbrella first for the policy issues that I've worked on. It's around really shifting the narrative about the largest number of gun violence survivors in this country, which are Black young men. And really shifting that narrative from that one of, this is somebody who was doing something bad and just happened to get shot, right? To one of really seeing this person who has been shot or has a family member of a homicide victim as somebody who is deserving of compassion, care, and resources, right? Not to deprive them of resources. There's this, very cultural idea that that folks that are getting shot are trying to get over on the system, like that they're actually they're breaking the law. And now they're trying to exploit the resources that might be available to other crime victims. So that's the narrative shift. And underneath that is revising Maryland's victims' compensation law. Many of you probably know in your state that gun violence survivors are almost uniformly denied these access to these funds that reimburse survivors for expenses related to their victimization. And it's because of two requirements. One, that the survivor needs to cooperate with the police. And secondly, that the police need to certify that the person wasn't doing something that contributed to their harm. And again, we know the closure rates are terrible, right? The investigations aren't happening in these cases, yet the police are refusing to certify that they're cooperating or that they weren't contributing. Again, just based on racist profiling. This is a young Black man. He was in a certain part of the city. And I know he's not going to cooperate. He told me he didn't know who shot him. I never talked to him again, never asked him another question. And so denied those resources. So Kyle and I and others have been working to reform that legislation, also working nationally on police in the emergency room, not only seizing property, but also interrogating folks before they get treatment. Greg Jackson, who you all met yesterday, he often talks about how he was delayed for 20 minutes after being shot by a police officer who said, "You just got shot in the leg. It's not that, you'll be fine." Well, it turns out he had been hit in an artery, and after 20 minutes of interrogation, he was finally brought into the surgeon's operating room, and the surgeon said, if they had talked to you for a few minutes, you could have bled out and died. So, police are not doctors. They should not be making that determination. They can wait until after to talk to the person who's been shot. Police officers, when there's a police officer involved shooting, they get 48 hours. It is policy in most police departments across this country before they are asked about what happened. And there is science behind that. The trauma brain needs 2 full sleep cycles in order to be able to remember the incident accurately. So police officers are given that courtesy, but a Black man who just got shot is kept from getting necessary critical medical care for 20 minutes to ask him what happened, right? He didn't have 2 full sleep cycles like that interrogating officer got. So there's lots to be done about police in the emergency room. And then the final thing I'll say, yes, definitely the resources, absolutely 100% agree with Reggie. We need these dollars. It can't be just ERPO, one-time funding. And then finally, eliminating fines and fees from the criminal justice system. The fines and fees, as you may know, when somebody's a defendant and they've either pled guilty or been found guilty, part of the sentence is a whole bunch of fines and fees. Many people, the reason they cycle in and out of the parole and probation system is not because they've broken a law, but because they can't afford those fines and fees. It is those same fines and fees that fund VOCA and victims' compensation. So it is the same families who need access to those funds being denied, and those funds are built on the backs of mass incarcerated folks who then can't afford the fines and fees and are cycled back into the prison system. So we need to eliminate fines and fees and demand that there be other funding sources to fund VOCA and prevention services.
Yes. Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. I know we're right up on lunch, but I do want to do about 5 minutes of questions. So does anyone want to kick it off and ask anyone on the panel a question? We can hand you the mic, or you can. Yep, Rachel.
From the audience? I'm sorry, from the audience, from the online audience. So no one would dispute that law enforcement is a career. Is there progress in viewing and treating violence intervention as a career with job security, living wage, et cetera? What can be done to advance that, and with all the benefits that would create for individuals and society?
Can I kick that one off?
Yes, please.
So the Program for Life coming to the Medical College of Wisconsin, I think what's important about that, one, the institution's commitment to this work, but also seeing this work as a profession and recognizing that these folks are putting their lives on the line every day. They don't have guns, they don't have badges, they don't have bulletproof vests. It literally is their word and credibility and trust. And so recognizing that they are just as valuable and important as a trauma surgeon. So they have access to the same benefits as the staff and faculty at the medical college, which I think is important, including life insurance, including medical benefits. All of that is really important. And teachers, I think, have struggled after school and out of school time. Professionals have struggled over in terms of being respected and seen and compensated as professionals. And I think CVI is no different.
Thanks, Reggie. Arnita, are there more online questions or? Okay, Rachel, I think you got a question.
Hi, y'all are going to hate me because I'm going to do that thing that Nick said not to do and not about having a question mark at the end. But I do just want to make in defense of VOCA, not the fines and fees that come from, individual cases. But most of the big deposits are from big white collar crimes.
Well, they will
So-
be when the VOCA Fix Act is implemented. They haven't been historically.
They have been historically, and that's why deposits are so low right now, is because you're not seeing those big deposits. So that's why we had the 6 billion one year was like 2 big deposits. So that's where like
I have
bulk
a
of the
different
big-
understanding, but I absolutely
monies.
agree with you. White collar criminals, but their fines and fees are about paying back what they have stolen.
So I'm happy to have a conversation with so I wrote the VOCA Fix. I wrote much of the VOCA Fix. So I'm happy to have this conversation with you afterwards. I just want to say that 100% should not be on the backs of individuals. 100% though should be back on the backs of corporations that are perpetrating white collar crimes that have a very large impact on a lot of people.
Yeah, I think Tracy wants to reply and then we can get
Well, I
to.
just want to say, that whole conversation was way above my understanding, but so just in the regards of victim services, compensation, employment security, we worked, I worked with a survivor on a bill in Illinois that expanded victims' economic security, meaning they would have job security if they were a victim of a crime or a family member of a victim of a crime. And when those resources are restricted because of how okay or unstigmatized the crime is, those individuals that are victims of homicides or other types of crime, just because they're not as pretty or clean, right? Because sometimes they do involve criminal behavior. But those families and that victim are further traumatized by being excluded from resources. So this is something, in the states that we all should work on, is to just make sure that standard is applied uniformly and that all victims of crime are treated the same way. And it's not just restricted maybe to individuals who have dealt with, like in our state, it was restricted to individuals who had dealt with sexual violence or domestic violence that had those security mechanisms in place. So I would just add that as a kind of trauma-informed policy response. And it just makes sense, right? These are families often that then if you take away their economic security, what does that lead to? Further harm, right? Further risk for, engaging in maybe criminal behavior with other family members. So we really want to just make sure that that's across the board even.
I think we have one last question and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you. My question was kind of regarding suicide prevention, particularly communities that in the wake of COVID, where public health got almost a dirty name politically. And oftentimes it's in those communities that suicide rates are the highest. So I'm curious how, from a public health approach, we're still able to approach those communities to get them the treatment they need while recognizing they're going to look at public health and see, like, why are you trying to inject me with 5G nanochips and the vaccines, and now you're coming for my guns sort of situation. So how do we bridge that divide?
Well, the ERPOs are a really valuable tool. It is being implemented state by state. It's not national legislation, but so ERPOs are emergency risk
Extreme risk
protection orders, extreme risk protection orders. So similarly to like a domestic violence survivor, they can get a protection order against the person that's harming them. It again is implemented differently in each state, but that you could petition the court to get an order to get that gun removed from the person that's at risk of harming themselves or others. So it is in your state, it might not be implemented yet, but that is one. It certainly still gets pushback, right, from gun rights advocates who will, can't take my gun away. But it is a process to be able to, it creates a process for that gun to be able to be removed from that person at risk of committing suicide.
I would add this is a place where trusted community messengers really can play a role, just like our community violence interruption professionals. If we have workforce through the public health system of health educators or community workers that can go into communities and educate about these areas, and then also through the school system as well. Another opportunity for getting information out about safe storage and extreme risk and, warning signs for people to look for in individuals.
And briefly, I'll just say in Wisconsin, our center has a division of suicide research and healing. And they, Dr. Sarah Kobach has done a lot of work in terms of looking at farmer suicides, but then also looking at folks who've been in the military. And speaking of credible messengers, there's a growing effort and recognition in terms of war. We talk about PTSD, but obviously the impacts of COVID, disconnection, depression, all of that also leading, and with increased access to firearms, and that being the most lethal form of a suicide attempt, that has been really effective in terms of reaching that population. So it's not necessarily leading with the term public health, but we're taking that approach, but then partnering with folks in those communities who could be messengers to the populations that are impacted, especially across the state. And then also with the Community Safety Fund, we're funding at least 3 projects that are focused on. So we did include that as an allowable focus in terms of suicide.
All right, that's all we have time for, but I think the 4 of us can stick around for a little bit and we'll be at lunch. So thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Everyone, because we are running a little behind on time.
CBI, community violence intervention, means to me, stepping in and changing the narrative in your community.
A well-coordinated and strategic and intentional effort between different stakeholders.
In order to be able to reduce violence and promote peace in their communities.
I am a CVI success story. And because of that, I give back. We give back to our communities.
The one thing that we do coming through the door is we start addressing basic needs. We address all those needs right up front so that we can start to build that trust and build that relationship with those young people.
You can change a whole street. You can change a whole community. You can, one block at a time, by the things you do.
Community violence intervention workers particularly will always be needed.
The other challenge is not enough regular funding and consistent funding for CVI. In some cities, it's sporadic, where you may have a dosage of funding that comes along, and then you have a dry spell.
Those communities who are underserved and have been disinvested in do not have that public health infrastructure. We will need a cadre of workers who have the credibility in the community that the community trusts to be able to execute proper safety and health strategies. And so I do believe this workforce will have to be permanent.
All right, well, so as you can see from the video, you saw JT in it. I am joined by some celebrities and powerhouses in this space. So it's an enormous honor for me to be on stage sharing it with them. Before I turn it over to their expertise, I did just want to add some context as well to this conversation. That today we're talking a lot about CVI implementation and best practices, as well as the challenges facing CVI programs to do this work faithfully to the program model, sustainably, robustly, and making sure that we're serving people the way that that we intend to, and that this can be that effective tool in addressing community violence, be a part of the public safety narrative. So with that, I don't want to overshadow that we are all for, I think, staunch advocates of this and believers in it. And you don't need to see the data to know that. You just need to hear from folks individually of what it's meant to them to be a part of these programs, to know folks like Miss Maya, Tony, and JT. And with that being said, I wanted to share a quote from someone that when I got into this movement by doing qualitative interviews with folks at the Ready Chicago program, represented on stage by Maya here. So very happy again to have her on stage with me. And I'd just like to share a quote from one of those men that I got the chance to interview about what this program means to him. He said, "That's why I show my gratitude every day to everybody in the program, all the participants, to all the staff, everybody, because they don't know how much they help me. They don't even realize how much this is helping me. That's why I be here almost every day. My attendance almost perfect because I enjoy coming here. I enjoy being able to network and build relationships with productive people, and they just want to see me grow or get me in a better position. So yeah, bro, that's the best thing could have ever happened to me in my life so far." And so starting off, I'd like to still focus on those individuals and talk about, I think, one of the most important challenges facing CVI programs, and that's the challenges that folks bring with them to the programs. So we talk a lot about how CVI programs are uniquely capable of helping folks who are violence impacted to meet them where they're at. Maya, I'd like to start with you as someone with a lot of experience as a coach and has had to navigate balancing the expectations of the program with the realities of the room that you're leading. Can you talk about what challenges folks are bringing with them when they get started and what challenges that presents for Ready staff and working to support them?
I sure can. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really excited to be here with you all. For me, when we talk about meeting people where they are, that means, number one, just being willing to consider their background when they come into your door. Removing biases, right? Extending grace and understanding that when people come into your doors, they are looking for help. We are to see the need and meet the need. Look beyond their outer appearance, look beyond, they might have a speech impediment, they might be not able to see, they might be food insecure, they might be homeless. Regardless of what their barriers are, we are to see them as whole, as human, as full, and deserving of the resources that we provide. So that it starts there, like acting from a place of love, leading from a place of love, and seeing people as human, as whole and full. That is how we're able to begin to meet them where they are, right? And so the challenges that looks like for participants, when we're in the program, when we're doing it daily, we have programmatic needs that need to be met. We have standards that need to be set, but it's sometimes that's counter to what we see in the individual, in the day-to-day practice, when they're coming in and they have these issues that prevent them from being focused on what you're trying to have them do. And then for us as staff, that looks different because we know the way that the program is supposed to be ran. We know the things that are supposed to be done, but we are looking at the participants who have really real life pressing issues that we have to face. And so it's always juggling the, how do I meet the need, but also sufficiently meet my programming standards? That good?
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. And JT, I know you've also been very thoughtful on this too. So I'd like to come to you on this. Again, what are the challenges that folks are bringing with them when they come to Roca in their lives outside of the program, and how does that impact your work and approach?
The challenges that people bring to the work. I don't know where to begin. I mean, we know who we work with, so the challenges are many, but a lot of the challenges are systemic cost challenges and not people cost challenges, which is a huge distinction to understand. Meeting people where they are is really about proximity. Like, we're the ones who can get in, we're the ones who can talk to them, we're the ones that they'll listen to, we're the ones who are closest to them. So it's really about, it's almost like seeing myself in them, because when I think about the challenges that they bring to the work, I think about my life, right? And I think about the space that I've been in, and I don't view them necessarily as challenges anymore, right? I view them as opportunities for us to really show people how to do something different, or show people how to give people information that they generally don't have access to, right? So it's really about, how do we take information, break it down, and present it back to the community in a way that's culturally competent for them? And so that's what we do. You know, we go into the environment. That's why we talk about meeting people where they are, because it's not about them coming to us. It's about us going and finding them where they are and feeling comfortable operating in that space. So it's not about me judging you for being on the corner selling drugs. No, I'm gonna come to the corner with you and I'm gonna sit there and talk to you, you know, and it's really about, you know, the relationship and building that relationship, because through that relationship, then we get an opportunity to really address challenges or address, you know, opportunities for change, you know. So it's really just about, everybody brings their own unique story or their own unique barriers to the work. They may look the same, but when you understand the individual, you understand that what looks the same could be very different. So, you know, just having that individual understanding of, I think Maya said it perfectly about viewing them as a whole person or a whole individual as they come through the door, really helps us to really think about the best ways to really help them address the challenges.
Absolutely. And staying on that topic a little bit, Maya, I want to come back to you for the next question. We're talking about transformational change here, and transformation requires time. It requires patience, especially when you're talking about someone who's turning the page on perhaps a lifetime of trauma and learned responses to that trauma. But unfortunately, this is sometimes not always offered by programs. You don't always have the time to help everyone. Can you talk a little bit about Ready's graduation model and what that means for folks coming into the program and their life after they graduate?
Absolutely, absolutely. So our graduation model looks like this. We have an outreach level, it's the entry level. Then we have level 2, level 3. Level 2 is consistent of 3 different classes. We give them 2 cognitive behavior therapy courses, where it's group therapy. They sit in circles, they're able to share, talk about their issues, and we give them a CBI course. And then they also have a session which is professional development. In their third level, they have one session with cognitive behavior therapy. We call that CAD, which is controlling my thoughts, altering my decisions, and deleting bad habits. Because we understand that if you keep talking to participants and telling them, oh yeah, we're going to do cognitive behavior therapy, they're not going to really understand that. And so the participants themselves took it upon them to rechange that language, right? And to have that to have our program be restorative justice based, I think that was an awesome, amazing opportunity for them to take their autonomy, right? And really call their program what they needed. So just giving some context on that, but they have CAD and then they go out from like 11 to 3 for their transitional work experience, which should be anything from working to build seats in a factory, working at a farm, or doing CNC trainings, right? So that it's like they work through the program. It can take, they have a year date. So they have a full 12 months with our program. And what I've come to understand is that these opportunities are best for them when their first year is maximized. I mean, so with our outreach portion, they have a year of opportunity with the outreach program before they even are oriented into our program. And what I'm realizing is that when they come into level 2 for our orientation into our program, they still have outstanding barriers, such as homelessness, such as food insecure, such as still very much being actively involved in the life that they are trying to escape. So in order for the graduation model to be successful, the first year where they're with their outreach worker, that they can be extended wraparound services, they can be connected to CETA, they can get a referral to be put on housing, they can be placed on in connection with the food pantry where they can get food monthly, right? Those kind of things should be mitigated before they even come to level 2, because we want them to focus on development. READY stands for Rapid Employment and Development Initiative, right? So there's the employment piece and then there's the development piece. We understand that in order to attain and sustain longevity in employment, you must be developed. How many times do we see people get jobs and then lose them like that because they were not, properly, adequately equipped with what they need to go into the workforce, right? So if we're trying to have them attain and sustain longevity, then we have to maximize on the development. How can they be developed if they are thinking about, I'm hungry? How can they be developed thinking about, when I leave here, I'm going to go ride the train? It doesn't work. So it's like when we bring them in and if we cannot reduce their barriers on the front end, then we spend majority of the time with them in our 12 months trying to reduce the barriers. And it's like, well, again, like I said, we want them to focus on the development. We want them to be progressive, forward moving, but they're still stuck facing their very real barriers outside of our organization.
Amazing. Thank you. And Tony, I'd like to come to you now too, representing hospital-based intervention programs. Can you talk a little bit about what you do in that space and the timeline of healing?
Yeah, so I am the managing director at the HAVI for Communities of Practice. Communities of Practice is our forward-facing work at the HAVI. It's the legacy work of the organization. I was a founding member of the HAVI back in 2009 when I was leading a hospital-based program, Project Ujima in Milwaukee. And part of the impetus for that was we wanted to find people that were doing the work like us. We wanted to be with like-minded folks who we could share ideas, concerns, challenges, how hard the work was. And we found our people and we brought them together in 2009 through a grant that Youth Alive was able to secure. And in 2009, we decided we were going to create the National Network of Hospital-Based Violence Programs. And why is that important? Because it's the golden opportunity to meet people exactly where they're at. They're in their most vulnerable points in their life, either in my case, pediatrics, working with moms who were watching their babies bleed on the trauma bay. That changes you forever. You can never come back from that. Even as an interventionalist or as a program director, when you're in that space, the humbleness of them and the honor to be in that space with individuals who are in their weakest moments and really just crying out to God just for please save my child.
So to be in that space, right? And then think about how that's multiplied across the country now. We have more than 50 programs as of 2022. This year, we added 12 additional membership programs to the hobby. So we're consistently growing the model. And that model now is, in terms of CVI space and work that we're doing, is taking what we do with hospital-based violence programs and our frontline staff who are doing violence intervention and bringing them into the CVI ecosystem. That's a paradigm shift for this model, because primarily we worked in hospitals. The work we did was follow individuals in the community to the services that they needed. But being in this space now in terms of where the field is moving. So as a, OG, old head, as they would say, right? And then coming in back into the field to be able to see the progress that we've made, the contributions that folks have been in for a long time in this work has got us to this space, not without challenges, not without continued conversations about funding and resources and all of the other things that we need in order to meet the needs of people. And what I would say, at least from my experience, is I want to put the humanity back into this work, because this is heart work. This isn't head work. The head should be able to figure it out, but our hearts have been gone for far too long in this work. And so for me to be able to see where I was in the 2000s, come back into this space. Now I know I don't look that old, and no, we did not plan our outfits. Okay. I know you're all thinking that. We did not have them plan to be in blue and us to be in cheetah. We didn't. But to be able to come back into this space and be among friends, we also have to remember that we have to make space for our younger generation. You got to come up behind us. We got to mentor you. We got to coach. We got to invest in you people, because we going to need you. We going to die. We ain't going to be here forever. At least not me. Maybe JT, because he a OG too. So I'm just saying, we have to provide those opportunities and help our young folks and our frontline staffers move into supervision roles and take the lead as people of color. For far too long in this field, when I started, especially in hospitals, there weren't people like me. People thought I was white and they found out I was Puerto Rican porque yo empecé a hablar español. And then you would hear the neck swivel because they thought it was comfortable to tell me things and say things to me in a space that they wouldn't say to somebody else. And just because I was a colleague in a hospital, I'm who I am first. My own life experience with violence taught me that. So I just want to say this is going to be a great conversation. So glad to be with you. So glad to be with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're having it. And I love that you just immediately default to inviting others in, inviting the next generation in and everyone else. And on that, I kind of want to ask you to expand on your point about the violence prevention ecosystem. Can you talk about how CVI programs and HFIP programs fit into that ecosystem? What is that ecosystem? What does it need to look like?
Yeah, so the ecosystem just in general is different strategies that we're putting together by building on each other's work, right? So some of the work that the hobby's been doing in the CVI ecosystem space is, one, building up our hospitals to be prepared to be in the ecosystem, teaching them what that means. What is the ecosystem? What is violence interruption? What is credible messengers? Getting them to understand the different models so that we all have a place and a piece that we own, right? And then bringing that together to advocate for resources, to advocate for more staff, to advocate for equality of pay for our frontline staff and them having the benefits and wellness that they need. Listen, we're calling folks with lived experience to do this work, right? Well, you know what? That's putting them at a sacrifice, because every time they're out there working with another individual, they're traumatized. I was traumatized. I didn't realize how traumatized I was until after 10 years when I left the work. Okay, because day in and day out, we're asking them to pull more and more from what they are and who they are to show up for everybody else. Well, then, you know what? As hospitals, as program directors and others, we got to show up for our people because we need them. They are the best resource that we have to reach the folks we want to reach. And so we have to do that investment. So in general, there's about 6 different strategies. One of them is trauma-informed care, which we all talk about. but that's really a value. That's something we look to attain and in a practice in which we use to reach individuals. We also have, like I said, violence interruption, you have hospital-based programs, you have credible messengers, all working together in solving this issue of violence and putting our best heads together, our resources to really make a difference.
Yeah, thank you. And I heard you touch there on the workforce piece as well. The fact that, you know, one of the things that is both the strength of CVI programs is understanding that community actors are an asset and relying on their expertise to make connections to disconnected folks, but as well as to be the ones that are coaching and are having those tough conversations because they can relate. Based on their own lived experiences. And to the point that you made, that it puts an enormous burden on the workforce itself. And are we doing enough to support them? JT, I'd like to come to you first. I'd like to hear from everyone on this point of, you know, how are we serving our workforce? What does workforce sustainability look like in this space?
Are we doing enough for the workforce? No. That's the quick answer. No. Because the workforce is not treated like a regular workforce. We already marginalized just because we do the work. And we walk in the door doing this work with a deficit, you know, because of the strength that we bring to the work is a deficit for people who don't understand the work. So no, the workforce is not well supported. Because like Tony said, a lot of us bring our own trauma into this work, right? That people just don't understand. But the reality is it takes some of us a long time to realize it because we're so gung-ho about the work that we put ourselves aside. It really is a sacrifice doing this work. And people who do this work know, they understand that. They understand the word sacrifice very well, because a lot of times we put our families to the side. We put a lot of things to the side to make sure that when that phone rings, we respond, right? Because the community needs us. But what about when we need the community, right? Or what about when we need the people who we're responding for to really come through for us? That's why part of what we do is teach people how to take care of themselves. We teach a tool, Rewire CBT, which is our cognitive behavioral theory instead of therapy, because we designed it to be taught by frontline people, not clinicians. Because Maya said it the best. You got to really build trust for young people to start wanting to willingly engage in therapy. All right. So we designed ours to take it to them. You know, it's designed to be taught by frontline workers. You know, we trained the DC Peace Academy here in DC. A lot of the workers here that do the work here. We're training them or have trained a lot of them in the CBT. And it's really a way, it has a dual effect. It really teaches people to acknowledge your own trauma and manage your own trauma, but then also helps the community understand their trauma and how to help young people make better decisions. The one thing I realized stepping into this portion of my career in the work is that we responsible for half the stuff we see out there. You know what I mean? A lot of it, we left the generation behind us in the cold. We shut them out. We closed the door on them. We forgot about them. We left them where they are, and we let them raise themselves, which is why they have no structure, no, you know, when it comes to the street, no more street code, and it's different and all these types of things. It's a lot of our fault. But we bring that same trauma into the work every day when we see these young guys doing the things that they do, or young ladies involved in the things that they're involved in. We see it, we feel it, because those are our family, those are our friends for a lot of us who, remember I said proximity earlier. That means that most of us who do this work don't live in the suburbs somewhere. Most of us live where we do the work. And that's extremely important because we have to continuously remain relatable to who we're working with, right? And so I didn't learn my own trauma until 3 years ago when my best friend got murdered doing the work. And when he got murdered doing the work, that was a life-changing event for me. I have been doing this work for over 20 years. But I remember 20 years ago when I started, one of the first things he told me was that somebody you love is going to get killed doing this work. He told me that. I ain't never think it was going to be him. And when he got murdered, it was like it was such a wake-up call for me of how much this work has changed, or how much the way that we view the work has to change. Because credible messages aren't any less credible, they're still credible. But how do you use your credibility in a different way other than who you are, right? Or who you were. How do you really use that credibility to help young people alter their behavior? Because a lot of us have relied on the words that we've used to help people think differently or do something differently, but it wasn't really the words. It was probably more fear and intimidation at the time. How do we really give young people and community skills to actually change or skills to actually do things differently? Trauma has become such a buzzword, right? I hear people always talking about trauma-informed care, well, what does that really mean? What does that look like to you? And some of the answers I get are just ridiculous. Like, you call that trauma-informed care? No, you putting that on the application so you get some federal money, right? But are you really doing trauma-informed care? Are you really doing what we consider trauma-informed care, right? We're not doing it if we're not helping the people who do it address their trauma first. It's almost like we would never send a surgeon into an operating room without medical school. You know that, Dr. Fisher, right? We would never send an officer into the streets without training, without going through the police academy. Why do we just send our people out here to go into these tough communities, most dangerous communities, without badges and guns and no type of training or support? Not equitable pay. So when you see the guy who gets locked up because he dipped his toe back into that world, what can you really expect? What can you really say about that? We get demonized so much, but nobody ever looks at the root. What's the root? Why do people keep going back? Because unaddressed trauma, lack of support in the workplace. When stuff hits the news, the political support you had turns on you quick. You know, they forget, act like they didn't even know you. You know, and we have to understand that the same way that we think about doing the work, but we have to give people time, opportunity, space, skills, tools to actually change. The same thing we have to do for our workforce. We have to give our workforce skills, tools, opportunity, time to really understand the work. When I started this work, my boss told me, it's going to take you a year to learn your job. I said, well, I've been doing it for 20 already, so how many more years I need? But I understood what she meant now. Because every time you step into this work and you step into a different part of the work, it's really different, right? And your focus is different. It takes time for your mind to shift. I never thought I'd be teaching classes on brain science and CBT. And me? Nah. But I came to that space 3 years ago when I needed it, right? When I needed a way out. Because I had to get it's funny, and then I'm gonna shut up, but it's funny. I used to always tell young people, yo, just use me as an excuse to get out. Like, use me as the excuse. I'm good. I got it. I'm a cover for you. Good. And when I went through that tragedy, I was looking for a way out. Because I had all these crazy thoughts in my mind, or all these things I wanted to do. I had people like, yo, we got you. Whenever you ready to roll, we in, let's go. And I'm like, all these things that I had distanced myself from so long ago felt so natural when it started to come back. I felt like I wouldn't even have to think twice about it if I got caught at the right time, because it felt natural, right? And I really had to sit there and think about all the things that I've been teaching young people over the years about changing their lives, changing their behavior, how much a hypocrite I would be, and how much I would have no more credibility. I'm not even just talking about credibility and politics. Like, I could care less. It's the credibility in the streets that I worried about, because that's more important to me, right? So I was just thinking about that. Like, I'm gonna be a hypocrite if I act a certain way because people are watching. And that's when I really got to put the skills or the tools that we have been working with young people for years to use. And that's when it became real. I was like, oh man, this CBT stuff really works. Like, hold up, I'm starting to feel a little different. I'm starting to think a little different, right? You know, so it was real, like it really works. So I was like, my people who do this work need this. And that was the transition for me, because I suffered that personal tragedy. It took me off the front line. I felt guilty for so long leaving the front line. I still feel guilty to this day, but I worked through it because I know that I'm helping the people who are on the front line do the work. One of you guys said it about how we got to get out the way. You said it, Tony. We got to get out the way and allow the young bulls to come up and do their part, right? And that's what it's really about, providing opportunity and space for them, but remembering why they're in the position that they're in, and taking our ownership of that.
Maya, I know you also have some thoughts on this as well. Can you talk about the challenges facing the workforce, frontline workers, and how we can have more sustainable progress?
I just want to echo a lot of what you said, JT. I really do, because for me, all of those things are extremely important, but I also feel that, and it's something that's been echoed yesterday as well, for the first day of the conference as well, survivors wanting to be considered and heard and valued in the space, being able to do the work, right? So you're bringing us in because we have lived experience. So when you bring us in because we have the lived experience, don't just have us there to do the work because we're relatable and we can reach and penetrate the area that you want us to reach. Have us there and listen to us, not just like listen and consider it, and not considering it just from okay, I want to hear your point of view. No, you need to look at it as an expert level, practitioner level, right? Because we're actually doing the work. We're actually meeting with them. We're the ones that see them day to day. And I understand like funders and high level boards, they have their things that they need to get accomplished. There are, like I said before, there's metrics, there are standards that need to be set and attained. But when we are the people who are on the front ground, we are the ones having our trauma continuously built upon every single time we work with a participant, every single time we go out. I have a person on my staff, her name is Miss B. She has gone to over 11 funerals. Over 11 funerals she's gone to from participants that have been murdered in our program. How is she supposed to continue? How is she supposed to continue to do that work? So when I say listen to us, that means when we ask you for a specific training, you do that. Like, you do that, not something that kind of looks like that, not something that's adjacent or an alternative. If we ask you for trauma-informed training, give us real trauma-informed training, not something that is basic or surface level, because we don't deal with basic and surface level. We are already coming in with our trauma. We are coming in with our lived experience. Then it is vicariously compounded on when we're working with our participants, right? And I'm gonna also take it a step further and say that as staff, working with each other, we are also compounding our traumas upon each other. And so when we ask you for trainings, honor that and execute well on it. Give us the quality that you are expecting us to deliver to the participants. Give us the same quality. I was listening to you as you were saying, we have to reach, not reaching, but the people who we are responsible for, they have to listen to us and respect our opinion and respect our requests. When it also comes to trainings, right? If we have a program model and it's a certain way that the program is supposed to be run, certain participants that we're supposed to service, if they're coming in with these substance abuse issues, we're not trained. I don't have a CADC certification. I'm not adequately trained to work with someone who is suffering from these issues. And as staff, that puts us in a very hard place, right? Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, it's hard to be able to want to help somebody, see their exact issue, maybe even know what's needed and not be able to, because the things that you are asking for from your employer are not being met. I feel as though it's like six in one hand, half a dozen in the other. While it's beautiful for us to be here and do this work, it's powerful, it's impactful. It is what we actually want. When we say we want to do transformative justice work, this is what it looks like to center those people who are harmed. That's us and the participants. So that's that in the other hand. But like I said, the other side of that is when we feel like our backs are against the wall. We're looking around to see where the help is coming from, who's listening to us. Are our superiors listening? And are you listening? But do you care, right? Are you going to act behind that? It is hard for us to believe so much in this work that we do, right? Like you said, it's not hard work, it's hard work. I love that so much. It's hard work. We do this from our heart, but we need support. We need to know that we are backed. We need to know that we are valued and valued in the way that we are supposed to be, not just looked at as people who do the work, because the people who do the work, as long as you continue to do the work, they're going to make you do the work, right? That also looks like having flexibility in our schedules as frontline workers, having adequate PTO, right? These are the benefits you were mentioning, right? Being paid well. How can I manage my quality of life if I don't even know if I have accrued enough time to take off? That's a little, that never sits right with me. We function in the workforce. I believe we need more flexibility. We need more retreats. We need more, like, all the things that they want to equip us to give to our participants and our clients and our patients. That same thing needs to be extended to us. We need trauma-informed care. We need monthly therapy sessions. We need some mindfulness opportunities. We might need to get some energy work done. We might need to, it's so many things that could be available to us from an employer's perspective that could be offered. And I think that would even help us feel more supported, to know that we have real resources, not surface level ones, real resources, real things that help us.
Can I add to that? So what does that look like in practice, right? When you're in a program and you have staff that you want to meet the need of what's coming into your program to help serve and have the most impact, right? It's about having your staff have care plans, wellness care plans, where you're working with each individual staff, because what one staff person needs and what somebody else needs is not the same. It has to be individualized because trauma is individualized. The experiences that staff have, those resources have to mirror the needs that they have, right? It's having planned mental health days. I used to take my staff once a month to lunch, and we shut off the pagers and we didn't go back to the hospital. We would just hang out together and talk about all the things that were going on in our lives outside of work, and yes, it meant that we didn't see some patients that day, but we got them. They were on the call. The social workers met with them. And then the next day we went and saw them and met with them. Sometimes you need a break. You need a break, especially when there's a lot of patients or program participants coming at you at once. You can't do everything, and it's okay. It's okay that you can't, and it's okay to say you can't. It is better for you to be best prepared and to be the best who you are in that space than show up half of a person, okay? Because when you show up half of a person, you're not meeting the needs of that individual. You're not, and you could be damaging them further and harming them further because your whole self didn't show up. So think about those things and how you are operating and what that means for each of you in doing this work and the space that you occupy. And how do you show up? Making sure that you don't show up being a trigger as a supervisor, in my case at that time, not making sure that I wasn't showing up, but I was being the best support. So if somebody said, I just don't got it today, guess what? We got you. Somebody else is going to take the call. We're going to take you off. We'll rotate you on the other end, just to give people the space. Sometimes therapy is nice. Sometimes I just need a day off. I just need to be by myself. Listen, I got kids. I wanted to run away, and then I'd have to go home and deal with them after dealing with work, right? So sometimes you just need a moment of silence. Silence sometimes can be the best medicine in this work. It really can. It just resets you in a way. So take your PTO, fight for your PTO, fight for your pay as frontline staff. That's something that the hobby's been really working on in our frontline support CVI work, to make sure we can look at our field in terms of HVIPs and say, what are people getting paid?
And and then if you're in the health system and health system folks are up here, making all the big money in the ivory tower, how is that trickling down to the people really doing the work and actually putting their lives on the line? I love trauma surgeons, some of my best friends from being in hospital work, but they get to go home and they're not thinking about the other things that my staff are thinking about. Right? Because they get to go home, they're used to disconnecting and being in that space. But folks that are living in the communities in which they've been harmed and they have to go back and live in and continuously be harmed, that's a different mindset. That's a whole different mindset. And these folks are at risk of being injured themselves while helping others, and they should get paid by that level.
Absolutely. On the healing power of silence, I wonder if we should just be silent now for the next 15 minutes. No, so I do want to make sure that there's time for questions, but I have one more question for our panelists, but please be thinking about what you'd like to ask them right afterwards. Tony, I actually want to stick with you for this one. Right now, we are seeing a huge influx of funding make it to the CVI field finally, and rightfully, although obviously still short of what is needed to fully provide these services faithfully. But thanks to state legislation like AB 28, which we just had a panel on this morning, as well as federal legislation like the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, again, we're seeing a huge amount of money going to the field and making it way to programs. But at least with BISCA, that funding has a set cliff to it. So it's going to, by 2026, run out. And programs that are being funded by that are relying on those funds are going to have to face how they can be sustainable into the future, make sure that this is being done. Tony, can you talk a little bit about the management challenges facing CVI programs and HFIP programs and how we can face those challenges today to make sure that they are sustainable into the future?
Well, I'm happy. I mean, on one side, you're hopeful that funding will find a way to continue. And it is the first time in many, many years in working in this work that we had an influx of resources that we didn't see at that level. And yes, it is still falling very short. What it costs to do a program in terms of investing in staff, but also investing in resources and infrastructure in communities to be able to do this work. When we talk about CVI work, yes, we're talking about the intervention and the strategies in terms of reducing violence, but we also need the community support system to be strong for these folks to get the resources they need. Housing is a huge issue across this country. It should not be an issue, but it is a big issue. When you're thinking about violence and people having to be relocated for their own safety, and we have homeless people who can't even get a tent. Like, there's something wrong with that, right? We can't keep the safety of that person secure if we don't have anywhere for them to go. Think about the other resources in terms of food insecurity, right? All of the other community issues compound around the disparities that we see around violence, and they all contribute to each other. So we need to invest in infrastructures in communities, making sure that we have violence prevention, health department staff, making sure that we have hospital-based programs in the intervention, making sure our CBOs are strong and thriving, because at the end of the day, CVI as a field is going to continue to grow and it's going to continue to move as a wave, but people still got to survive in their communities at the end of the day. So yeah, we can be experts and we can want to do the best things and we can be the best advocates. And I keep looking at Kyle, thinking about Medicaid reimbursement and the efforts around that for funding as for sustainability. But what about if we're not here? What's going to happen in our community? We got to build that infrastructure in such a way that that infrastructure continues whether or not CVI exists or not. And we need to get our community folks involved back in that grassroots community organizing. Reggie, I'm looking at you. The way that we used to have to do things, we would have to rally our communities. That was at church, a community center. We were somewhere in the community having conversations with folks about the real issues so they could understand and be trained on how to advocate for themselves. One shows up, it's one. Two shows up, it's just two. But you get a room full of people, that starts to make people notice some things. And asking the right questions and teaching our people what the questions should be, that they should be asking for. And we are better together than separate. The silos that have existed in this work far too long has kept us isolated, siloed, fragmented. We didn't work together. And now we have this unique opportunity to bring all of these strategies together to really have this moment. I call this the other golden moment in the movement right now, for us to really put our heads together and be innovative about how what we as the people want to see. It is not to us, but with us as a community in order to make the real change.
Absolutely. JT, do you want to get in on this? Can you talk to us about the golden moment and what we need for sustainability?
I don't know if I want to follow Tony. No, I mean, Tony hit a lot of it. I think it's really about this is what us in the field have to remember. If we mess this opportunity up, I'm not sure we'll get it again. If we mess this opportunity up, I'm not sure we'll get it again, or how soon we'll get it again. Because there's a very real likelihood that a new administration will come in and wipe out all the progress that we've made over these past years. But if we are intact as a community ourselves, it will not matter. It's not like we're not used to doing this work under resource. It's not like we're not used to fighting a hard fight. We do it every day we wake up and do the work. So what we have to do is what Tony said, though. This has been my biggest thing, is like, we have to break down these silos and we have to learn to work together. We have to redefine some things that have been defined incorrectly. CVI, community violence intervention initiatives. What does it really mean? Because you go talk to people in different places, CVI means something different everywhere you go. So can we start by defining what it really means for the field, period? Right? And then two, can we figure out who are the people or the players that need to be involved? Because last time I checked, community means people who live and work in a specific area. And what we do oftentimes is we ostracize the workers that we don't want in the community, but instead we should be pulling them in and teaching them how to work in our community. And what I mean by that is law enforcement partners. And this work is taboo for us to work with law enforcement. Now for me, because I'm gonna call them out every time I see something wrong. But then I'm gonna also listen to their perspective on why they see things the way that they see it. And we can work together to figure out a solution that works for the community, because the last thing I want is to block out a partner that can come into my community and do more harm because I didn't let them in, right? I want to be able to let them in and teach them how my community expects you to show up. And we can also have a message back with our community about how we're expected to show up. We all have a responsibility. And community, again, I'll say it again, to me means people who live and work in a specific area. So we have to be inclusive. We talk about the ecosystem, right? We have to make sure that that ecosystem includes everything that we need for our communities to thrive. And that's what we forget a lot of times, because both of y'all I know can attest. We're not superheroes. We can only do so much. People may call us that and may, God bless you. But I can tell you, we need all the support we can get. But we needed to look a certain way and be a certain way. We needed to show up a certain way, right? So that's really how we have to think about how do we sustain this, is by creating as many sustainable partnerships as we possibly can, so that when funding goes out, or if it does go out, people will still see the value in having these partnerships or these relationships, and see the value in, going back to one thing I heard from private funders is, JT, look, we tired of funding this work. When are y'all gonna go get some state money or some city money? And it's like, we've been trying for years, the same conversation. But now that we have it, it's giving funders a little bit of break. And now they get to fund different things or fund whatever they want to, or some of them still fund the work. But here's the catch, is that if we can show that we can properly and appropriately use the money that's out there now, we can prove a lot more in the future when it may not be there. So we have to prepare ourselves now for what the landscape will look like 4 years from now, or maybe even sooner. But if we aren't doing the preparation now, then we're doing the work a disservice, because we're going to be looking at ourselves in a couple years and scratching our heads, figuring out where to go again.
I want to take your words to heart, but I think you're gonna have to do more to convince me that you're not all superheroes. But yeah, so I want to make sure that there's time for questions in back.
Please wait for the microphone.
Thank you for the work that you do. And I'm Jeremy Stein. I'm the director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence and the Javi. Kyle Fisher sits on our commission, and Maroka is also a part of that. And I wanted to ask you a question about the siloing, because just by way of example, we've been trying to increase VOCA funding directly to survivors. And when we talk to some of the groups that are getting funding through VOCA, they are like, well, wait a minute, there's a limited amount of funding that's coming through the federal government. And if that money that's supposed to come to our organization goes to the survivors and we're going to lose money, we may have to cut our funding to our staff. That is just one of a million examples of sort of this siloing infighting that happens around the scarcity of the funding, and it becomes a necessity to sort of do this. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit of some of the things that maybe you've done to break down some of these silos, or to convince organizations that we are stronger together, and some like real like things we could be doing better to help do that.
Yeah, I received VOCA funding for 10 years for our hospital-based program, and working with both our youth and our adult victims. I can tell you VOCA's its own beast, right? It's slowly making changes, but the criteria holds people back from getting compensation and services, and the amount of funding, because it's gone down over the years instead of going up over the years, in part because of the way it's federally statute, right? VOCA, I think we heard earlier, there was a debate around VOCA but really the VOCA funds that come into VOCA are from large corporations, white collar crime that comes into the state and is divided across the states by a formula that the feds have come up with that's archaic. Right? It needs to be updated, right? We can't continue to expect people to do this work and literally get less money when they should be getting paid more money to do this work, and for the victims to get the services they need, whether that's relocation, services for homicide, who are burials and all the other things. So that's somewhere where we need to do some advocacy. Okay, Kyle, there's some advocacy to do there. I would also say in terms of the silos and breaking down, it's about part of it is we don't want to let go of what we've already got because we don't know if we're going to have it. Right. So because of the scarcity, because it's been fragmented, because we've been under resourced, everybody got their little piece and they're holding on tight. But what we are starting to realize in the work is that we're opening up a little bit. We're letting more people in by having the conversation, talking about what the ecosystem is, and learning actually what each of us do and what we can contribute as partners. I think in our CAPS work, which is our project where we're working on reducing violence by 20% across 12 different cities over the next 5 years with the Hobby and 3 other national partners, is we each have a role to play. But we're breaking down those barriers where we may have not shared everything that we've had. And it's about building that trust and relationship. I mean, this work, I don't care if you're working with boots on the ground, working with victims, with staff, with colleagues, is relationship and trust and respect. If I could put it in 3 words, that is it. And we have to put the human back into the work. We have dehumanized people so much that it's created additional silos that don't need to be there. Just because I'm Latina doesn't mean that I shouldn't be sitting next to my Black brothers and sisters and fighting for the same thing with our allies who are in different communities. We can do this, but we got to be willing to have those uncomfortable conversations and be vulnerable and say, I might not know everything. Oh my goodness, really? Well, guess what? I don't know everything and you don't know everything. But if we put together what we do have, we got a strong coalition.
And we have a question from our online audience.
Yes, this question from our online audience. How do we as a movement create appreciation or help drive a narrative that if law enforcement who protect public safety gets funded year after year, whether crime goes up or down, so too should CVI?
Anyone want to take that first?
Yes, I can. Sorry. How do we as a movement help to create appreciation or a narrative that if law enforcement gets funded year after year, whether crime goes up or down, so too should CVI?
I think we just got to continue to do the work and continue to prove the value. That's why I said earlier, it's about, we know the value, but we have to help other people understand the value of the work. This field has been around for a long time, but it's relatively new in a lot of people's eyes. So the value just isn't there. I think part of increasing that is showing that there is a way for us to collaborate with law enforcement without compromising the work. We don't have badges and guns again. I don't give law enforcement information. It's your job to do your investigation and figure out what happened. But we can share information that helps keep my staff safe and it helps keep the safety of my young people and community safe, right? But the information it doesn't have to flow both ways. I don't have to give you information about an investigation. Again, that's your job, not mine. But you can give me information about somebody that's about to get hurt that you can't stop, because we can, right? So I think it's really about, and that's why the narrative has to change. Because for too long, it's been a narrative of us against them. And I even just was talking to a couple of people here earlier who attended one of our trainings that we do for law enforcement. And I told them, honestly, I've never sat through the whole thing because I can't sit in the room with them. I can't sit in the room with them and hear the way that they casually talk about how they treat people and how some of the things that they do. I just can't do it. But what it helped me realize, though, is they accuse us of being traumatized. But when we sit in the room with them, we look at them like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Because y'all traumatized. So what it tells me is that we are all traumatized. So how do we figure out a way to address the trauma of everybody? Because if we heal and they don't, then we still gonna be combating. How do we teach again, I'll go back to what I said earlier, define community. And then how do we figure out how to teach our communities as they exist, right? And that's the biggest key, because it's about figuring out the mutual contributions to the work. Think about it. If it was enough funding, if law enforcement was as effective as people would like to see it, we wouldn't have crime. If it wasn't enough work for all of the organizations to do, we wouldn't have crime. But I live in Baltimore, historically 300 plus murders a year. This year, hopefully we're under 3. But if I look at the fact that we're servicing 350 young men in Baltimore, 350 of the highest risk young men in the city, and we still have almost 300 murders, then we're not enough. So we need the partners or the other organizations around us to be just as strong so that we can tackle this together. We all have a common goal. Nobody wants to live in unsafe communities. I remember as a kid, my grandmother could go sit on her steps outside the house and not have to worry about nothing. I'd be crazy if I let my grandmother sit outside on her steps now. Nah, mama, go in the house. But we have to increase the value of the shared value of the effectiveness of both sides of the work, because there is some shared value and nobody has gotten it right. We haven't gotten it right as CVI, and law enforcement hasn't gotten it right as law enforcement. So how do we come together and figure out how to get it right and how to work together as community? Because if you talk to some police that are honest about the work, they will admit the value to having us, or admit the value of having programs like this, because it makes their job easier. But they have to learn to trust us, and we have to learn to trust them. Because just as much as mistrust as they have for CVI, CVI has just as much mistrust for them. How do we break down those walls, change the narrative, and help people understand across the country that it's not a us against them, it's a us, period. And that's by putting the human back in humanity, right? And we've gotten too far away from that.
I think we have time for one more question. I saw a hand over here. Yeah. Sorry, over here.
Hello. I first just want to thank you all so much for your time and just sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. My name is Tierra Lemon, and I'm a gun violence prevention director in Lake County State's Attorney's Office. But prior to this role, I worked in an HVIP at the University of Chicago. So, Tony, I would just really love to hear about any plans that Javi may have for supporting frontline workers to prevent burnout. I really resonated when you said that this work changes you forever. And I think for me personally, something that I say to people to try to explain the work or the reality of it is that watching people fight for their lives took a complete change in my head, right, to what that meant. So I would just love to know how you guys plan to work on preventing burnout for the frontline.
Well, we actually created our standards and indicators. So the Javi, part of the other pieces of work that I'm leading and rolling out to the field across HVIPs are our standards and indicators. And our standards and indicators provide a guidance to our HVIPs on certain domains of parts of the work to organize themselves in a way that really changes the field. In one section of the standards and indicators, which you can download from our website at thejavi.org. You can find it right on the front page, standards and indicators, and download it, is around staff development. And really being intentional with telling programs, you have to have care plans. You have to have wellness opportunities for staff. We are literally laying that out almost word for word for folks. And then we're asking programs to demonstrate that they're doing it. So they have to show us care plans eventually. And this is going to roll out over the next 3 to 5 years at the Javi. We did just finish the first year in terms of the initial implementation of getting people to understand what they were. And now we have a plan for 2024 and then forward. So I really feel forward to this changing the field, because way back when, we started with evidence-based practices and what were the core elements of HVIPs when we came together in 2009. This is the next level, because this is where the field is going. And this is what we need to be talking about: sustainability and funding, how we're taking care of our staff, how we're planning and designing our HVIP programs from the onset to be able to serve victims long-term, but also how we're taking care of each other in this work as we move the field forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions specifically that you might have about that in private.
All right. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause for our panelists.
If everyone can take their seats. Oh my God, it feels so nice to be sitting. I feel like I've been running around the past 2 days. For everybody who's been involved in the gun violence prevention movement, Maxwell Frost does not need a lot of introductions, but for some of our allied groups from other movements, many of you know Maxwell Frost is the congressman representing the Florida's 10th congressional district. I've been fortunate enough to know him when he was the national organizing director of March for Our Lives and doing incredible advocacy in the community at the national level. And so I really wanted to make sure that we ended strong. And first of all, thank you, Congressman Frost, for rearranging your schedule and your staff to be here. It was a big priority for him to be able to do some fellowship and to make sure that you can ask some questions. So I'm going to ask 3 questions, and then we're going to open it up. So start thinking about your short questions that end with a question mark, please. I want to start with something. We've been celebrating a lot of wins this week. We've also talked about some challenges, but let's start with our big win. The biggest victory in 2023 at the federal level had to be the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. As someone who had worked for an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in Baltimore City at the local level, so many times I just heard from people, wow, finally someone I can call and pick up the phone whose job is to help focus on this issue, connect us with resources, turn whole government approach from a buzz phrase into actually action. And so first of all, thank you so much for your advocacy. You played a huge role. We had Greg and Rob here yesterday multiple times. We wouldn't let them leave. But I would love to hear from you about the role that you played and that journey was to get that huge accomplishment started.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much to everyone for being here and having me in your space. Yeah, it's interesting because when it happened, I had a lot of colleagues and folks who came up to me and said, wow, this happened in just a few months. And I'm like, no. This has been going on for years, right? I mean, I remember when I was at March for Lives as the organizing director, I remember when this ask kind of came up throughout the entire movement, because the thought was Congress isn't doing what we need it to do right now. What are asks that we can give to the president that he can do through executive order? And then there was a list of them, and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention was one of them. And so as an organizer, I believe that we have to use every tool in our toolbox, right? It's protest, it's lobbying, it's creating a good relationship, it's push and pull, right? It's agitate and love. It's never this one, you never pick one and just go all in all the time. So when I got elected to Congress, I was like, what's a tool I have now? Introduce legislation. And so I wanted to use the introduction of my bill as kind of an opportunity for the movement to re-up this ask to the president and to the administration. And so when we introduced it and we started on this path of constantly checking in with the president and his folks to make sure they knew this is something that's important to our office, to the gun violence prevention movement, to young people across the country. And we kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And then one day we wake up and we get the call that the president was going to take that piece of legislation and enact it via executive action, executive order. And it's not because of me or just because of one person. It's the culmination of the organizing and this inside outside game that got us this victory. And the cool thing too is it's not just about the office, because you can make an office and fill it with a bunch of hacks, right? It's like, but they made this office, and the person, Stephanie, who's leading it, is doing amazing work, and she's been doing this in the administration for a while. And then having Rob and Greg there, 2 survivors of gun violence who've been doing the work, is just, honestly, that's what really sold it for me. Like the second they told me they were making the office, I was like, awesome, who's going to run it? And I feel good about having organizers and advocates in there who come from different experiences, right? Like Greg was shot not too far from here, woke up in a hospital to police questioning him like he was the person who did the shooting. Like having someone with that experience running the president's portfolio on gun violence is important, because it helps ensure that we're going to have a holistic approach here when it comes down to the office and not just see gun violence through a very, narrow lens.
Agitate and love. I think that really resonated with me, and I think a lot of advocates in this room. I really love that. And also, I'm glad you mentioned Stephanie, because we had Stephanie and Hannah give opening remarks last year. And, Greg and Rob a lot of us are friends with him, have been in the trenches, but it's been really amazing. Stephanie and Hannah have been doing this great work for a long time. And even with her new role, every 2 weeks, make sure they find time to meet with a lot of us leaders and check in. And we push them hard, but we love them hard too. So I love that.
And they got to work right away too. Like right after the office was created, we were dealing with this like government shutdown risk threat. And so they were like, well, if the government shuts down, it's going to be a lot more difficult to get out the bipartisan safer community CVI money that a lot of people were, applying to. So they went and they pushed DOJ hard to get that money out. And so a week after the office was created, Orlando got $1.5 million for community violence intervention. And a bunch of these grants went out pretty quickly. So they're working.
1.5 million for Orlando. That's pretty incredible. And you multiply that across so many places across the country that is really helping sustain some of the work that's happening here. When you were talking about answering that first question, you did touch on a little bit about the transitioning from being a nationally renowned advocate, and then now you made this transition into being a member of Congress. And a lot of us are very curious, especially as the first Gen Z member, the youngest member of the House, if you'd be willing to give us just a little insight into kind of what that transition's like and what it's been like to be in Congress.
It's hard out here. No. Number one, I'm always asked, like, have you changed your mind on anything? For me, I haven't really changed my mind on much. It's just this has kind of solidified a lot of my beliefs, but a lot of the tactics that I've used as an organizer. Because I wasn't elected, I don't want them to be done to me. So then that makes me realize that it's actually really effective, right? Like, I was with my friend walking down a hallway when I first got elected, and I got bird dogged. And for people who don't know, it's when someone comes up to you with the camera and asks you a question on the spot. I did a lot of bird dogging when I worked for the ACLU in South Carolina. I bird dogged all the presidential candidates, including the president. But and so it was an easy one. Someone came to me and was like, "Do you support veterans?" And I was like, "Yes." And then that was it. And but she was like, what if it was a really hard question? I was like, well, that's part of the tactic. And it's not just about one video. It's about culmination of interactions that kind of help shepherd an elected to be where you want them to be, or get them on the record or whatever to help your organizing. So a lot of like our tactics in the movement, I believe in even more now as an elected, because I see how it really impacts our offices, whether it's calls, emails, meetings, different things like that. But I also recognize that every elected comes from a different place, because I believe lobbying meetings are really important. But I've also sat in a lot of lobbying meetings where I've had a kid who was shot a year ago who's giving his story, and the elected gives us a hug and says, "I'm here for you," and the next day goes and votes against background checks, right? So it's like, it's that push and pull, and figuring out how do we get people in office that agree with us, but also people in office that we're able to have an impact on and that listen to us. The other thing I'll say is I'm still figuring it out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm less than a year in. I'm deeply struggling with holding multiple truths, especially like in my district. I have one of the most diverse districts in the country, actually. And I feel like a big enemy, or not an enemy, I just feel like something I'm always dealing with is I always want everyone to feel loved and like seen. And it's been creating some problems because we have these like false binary choices that are put out in our political world, where it's like, in order for you to validate one person's trauma, you have to dismiss someone else's. And we see this on many different issues and on all sides. And I'm actually like really struggling with figuring that out in this moment. And so I don't have an answer on that. And like, I'm trying to like go home and talk with my constituents to figure out how do we like break out of that and get to this place where we all love each other and we all love each other. You know what I mean? And it's difficult because we're in a Congress where we're getting all these like gotcha resolutions and gotcha this and gotcha that and all this. And it's really unfortunate that's what politics has gotten to, but it's also, I knew what I was getting myself into. So, half of it is like, I feel great and solidified. I think we're doing a good job. The other part of it is I'm still trying to really figure out like what my role is in this institution outside of just like being a champion for gun violence, but in general. And it's hard, but I feel like I have a great team and great movement. And so we'll keep pushing.
You do have a great team. I see Matthew in the back, who was a nice panelist for us last year, and exciting to see him on your team, really doing great work.
I remember when I first got hired at March for Our Lives, and I had this team of awesome organizers. And then one of them was like, "Hey, I actually want to be in comms instead." And I was like, "Damn, I just got here. You want to leave?" And then he gave me like a what do you call it? Like a portfolio. And I was like, oh, this guy needs to be in digital and comms. And now he's my creative director, Matthew. Yeah.
I do have one last question. You talked a little bit about your diverse districts. In the national conversation, there's a few states that really have an outside influence on media coverage and narratives. Florida, along with Texas, definitely being one of the big ones. Something that we think about a lot, both on the political side and the policy side here at CAP and in conversations. And so Florida has had some really unique challenges. It's had some really hard fought wins that continue to need to be defended. I'd be curious to hear from you what do you see as the opportunities and the challenges in Florida, especially with gun violence prevention, but maybe some allied intersectional kind of concerns?
Yeah, well, I think Florida is a good case study of the difference between politics and policy. What do I mean by that? Well, Florida is a very progressive state in terms of the policy. And like we can see this in ballot initiatives that have been recently passed. I'm not trying to dig like 20, 30, 40 years ago, Florida did this. No, like in the last few election cycles, we have a $15 minimum wage. We voted for medical marijuana. We voted to restore voting rights to people with previous felonies. And we're about to codify abortion rights next year with over 60% of the vote too, because we're going to win. So it brings up this question like, okay, if more than 60% of Floridians have been saying yes to these progressive ballot initiatives, why are they voting for Ron DeSantis to the tune of 19%? And that's the difference between the policy of my state and the politics of my state. There's a reason why someone like DeSantis uses words like, he'll talk about the culture war and he'll talk about woke, right? No one knows what it means. That's on purpose. Like he thrives in the ambiguity of politics that him and his people have created, where it's all based on like vibes and not necessarily on specific policy outcomes. And they do well with that because people are scared right now. And they like play into that politics of fear. And because they do that, it gives them a lot of room to legislate in a place where they're consolidating power. And it's the playbook of fascists, right? They get into power, they like say, all your problems are because of this group of people, and they'll pick a group of people who maybe not everybody has a direct connection to, i.e. trans folks, right? They'll pick a group of people and they say, your problems are because of this people or these people's history or this and that. Give me more power and I will protect you. I will help you. And that's what's going on right now. So that's the politics of the whole thing. And our job as Democrats in the state and as just like, people on the left is to connect the policy to the true feelings people have. And it's something we're sorting out and figuring out. But I think we're going in a really good direction. And like something that I'm doing is my campaign as a year-round organizing model. So like we're constantly hiring organizers, we're constantly knocking doors, making phone calls, but we're not telling people like, go vote for Maxwell Frost in a year and a half. We're like connecting people with resources locally. We're educating people on what's going on at the statewide level. And it's helping us build power in the city of Orlando, in Orange County, but also across the state. But we really have a big problem here. The other problem is for so long, Florida Democrats have, it don't matter if you're a progressive or a moderate in my state, you're going to get called a socialist, a communist, or whatever is like everything, right? It doesn't matter who you are. And the problem is Republicans would set up this trap where they do an ad that says blank candidate is for defund the police or whatever they want to use, right? Whether they're for it or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to do an ad with it. And then the Florida Democrat would spend all their money on an ad that says, no, I'm not. And I'm not sure that no, I'm not is a good message like at this point in time. So it's this struggle. And like, obviously I want Florida Democrats to be very progressive. I think progressive policies get people out to vote and give people something to look forward to and be a part of. But we also have to get our stuff together in terms of the grassroots. But we're going in a good direction. Obviously, the race in Jacksonville where Donna Deegan became mayor, that was an upset. There was just a race in Hialeah, a part of Hialeah that's Hialeah is a very Trump area now, unfortunately. And it's a place that DeSantis won by 37 points last election. In the special election that just happened, the Democrat lost but he only lost by 6 points. So it shows like there's a shift happening. And I don't want to lie to people and say, this year we're turning Florida blue. Like if your timeline starts and ends in one election cycle, we're already screwed, right? Like this is a longer game here, but I feel good about where our state's going in terms of from the grassroots. And we have a lot of work to do, but and I'm not going to act like it's going to be easy or anything, but we need people willing to do it. And we're seeing people pop up all across the state.
Well, we're very lucky to have a model like you showing that you need to combine the politics and the policy and really do that organizing. And, during the last midterm election, it really was all this, defund the police, this fear mongering, and yeah, because you said, a lot of people, Democrats, moderates would be like, oh, yeah, that's not me. I didn't vote that, but we need to really be, what's your affirmative agenda? What's your affirmative vision? And that's what will get people excited. And so I think that's really, I just wanted to highlight, that was a great point you made. I would love to open it up to some questions from the audience. If there's any young people that want to maybe ask a question that haven't asked anything yet, but we'll get to everybody we can. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please say your name and affiliation before your question.
Hi, my name is Jesus Garcia. I'm from La Opinión and El Diario. I'm a journalist. In one of the dialogues that we have today, experts were talking about that there is not enough support for Latino communities against gun violence, particularly police violence. What is your opinion about this?
About
Yeah, that there is not enough support to try to fight gun violence in Latino communities, but particularly where it's involved police violence.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, we see it in a lot of the funding that comes out, and really generally the gun violence conversation tends to be seen through a very wealthy white lens, right? And I use the word wealthy because there are a lot of poor white folks, especially even in my district, an area called Bithlo, who are also very much ignored by on the conditions that they're facing. So I think that part of what we need are, number one, our elected leaders talking about gun violence in a different way, which is what I try to do and what I aim to do. And I think, in my time at March for Our Lives, that's something that, like, when I first started, I was like, this is something I really want to do here. And I think the organization has really grown over the last several years and gotten to a place where it's viewing gun violence in a very holistic sense, not because of me, but just because of like the evolution of the organization. But also we're seeing that in a lot of different organizations. We're seeing that kind of bend happen. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that young people are really being elevated in ways we haven't seen before in organizations and in this fight. And I think that's really important. The other thing too is this conversation about community violence intervention and how this is really something that's going to help us in our Black and Brown communities across the entire country. And we want to see good funding go towards it. And we're having a big impact here. Like during Build Back Better, the movement asked for $1 billion for community violence intervention. Then the framework came out and they put $5 billion in it. Now, it didn't pass, but that's still a big thing because now any Democrat that runs for president after now, we can come to them and say, this is the standard, right? This is what we expect, because we need these evidence-based solutions in our communities and specifically in our Black and Brown communities. Now, on the topic of policing, another conversation needs to be had too, because we know that the leading cause of death for young Black teens is to be shot by the police, and police violence is gun violence too. When they use the gun, and even when they don't use the gun, because they're armed. And that's armed supremacy, and something else that we like to talk about too. And this is an important conversation that we have to have, and we actually have to act on it. And I think this CVI is so directly connected to this, because I try to tell this to people, especially at home, that I've protested with in Orlando, that CVI is part of what we were protesting for, right? Like community investment in our own public safety. Right now, the only thing that we think about when we think about public safety is policing, but there's so much more that can exist here and should exist here within the community itself, because violence starts in the community and it's going to end because of the community too. So I 100% agree with you. We need more investment.
I knew this would be a perfect way to end the day, because you just brought up I was running back and forth between two breakout sessions, one on the main stage about community violence intervention, and the other about elevating young leaders. And I saw a lot of overlap going back and forth and really bringing these conversations together. So thank you for doing that. Another question from the audience? We'll give you a mic. There you go. We got some people watching at home.
So I think it's cool to see someone it's like my age is in Congress. I was wondering how I think a lot of people see frustration with the current state of politics in America. See a lot of stagnation. I was wondering how you're approaching your conversations with some of your new colleagues, just trying to make that change happen, I guess fostering a new era where you're getting a lot of things done. The conversations look a little bit different, but how you're dealing with that, I guess, divide that may exist between you and some of the other Congress members.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. when I first got to Congress, a lot of my colleagues came up to me and said, so are you going to be on Twitter making noise, or are you going to get stuff done? It's like, you have to like pick a side or something, you know? And I was always like, why not both? You know, like, I think we do live in a time where we do need to make a lot of noise because of the injustices going on here and across the entire world. And I think there's a lot of noise that needs to be made, because oftentimes that's the only thing that wakes up politicians is noise. Noise might even be the wrong word, but just pressure from the people. And but at the other end of things, like, we can still work towards the goals that we want in like a bipartisan way in the ways that we can. I'll give you an example. I have now I have 7. I have 7 bills out, and 3 of them are bipartisan, which means I have Republicans that are co-sponsors, and 2 of them are actually moving forward as a part of bigger packages. Now, it's not like Medicare for all and ending all gun violence, right? They're like smaller steps, but like, I just completely reject this notion that we see in both progressive politics and then in more like kind of moderate politics, that it's like you're either an incrementalist with no vision, or you're an accelerationist or whatever with that doesn't understand the current state of play, and like, you want everything tomorrow. And I reject that binary too, because if you ever study movement at all, you realize that these things work together. You know, like, we didn't wake up one day and have voting rights. You know, we didn't wake up one morning and have like, you know, a lot of the struggles were fixed. Like, these are things that took years of struggle, of movement, of agitating, of love, and that got us to where we needed to get. And along that way, there were a lot of steps that got there. My problem with more moderate folks who would say they're incrementalists is that a lot of them don't have like a North Star. So we're just kind of, you know, you can't take a first step in a journey without knowing where you want to go. And so I see value in both. That's why I have bills that are very aspirational that I will continue to fight for. And I have bills that are more like, what can we get done right now? Because I think that's my job. Is like, part of it is harm reduction. And part of it at the same time is saying we shouldn't have to reduce harm in the first place. And I just like really reject the notion that I have to like pick a side here when I'm, you know, when there's just so much going on in our country in terms of gun violence. Like, if I can pass a bill that saves 2 lives a day, I'm gonna pass that damn bill, you know, at the same time while saying I shouldn't have to have this bill that saves 2 lives a day. And I don't see that these things work against one another. You know, we're not going to have Medicare for all tomorrow, but we're working politically to get to a place where one day we wake up and it feels overnight, but it wasn't. You know, one day we'll wake up and it'll be like, we have the votes for this thing. And to a lot of the world, it's going to seem like it happened overnight. But to all of us who've been doing the work, we know this has been decades in the making. And so all these things are true. And you know, I don't have it all figured out. I constantly battle myself because I want these things tomorrow too. And I always try to make sure that when I talk about this, I'm not trying to like tamper down visionaries and like the progressive transformational policies we need at all. I truly believe that both conversations can exist and both are really important.
One of the bills I just want to highlight as an example that we're really proud to have you as the lead sponsor for the Disarm Hate Act. It was a bill that has been a priority for CAP for a long time. And, you know, first of all, we use it as an opportunity to talk about an issue that doesn't talk enough about armed hate and hate against, whether it's the LGBT community or anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim hate or all forms of kind of discrimination. And, you know, we purposely made it so that, you know, we're not going to try to solve all of that problem, but we're like, you know what? If someone's been convicted of a misdemeanor hate crime and they have demonstrated that they are not responsible gun owner and that they have demonstrated hatred, it's not in their heart, it's their actions, and they've been convicted, that's somebody that we don't want to be able to go out and buy a gun. And so I think it's really smart that, you know, you're really strategic and like, we got to have the North Star. Just last week, you know, our team, we wrote down what's our North Star for next year. You have to keep that in mind. But then how do you get those milestones throughout the year or throughout the multiple years to do that? So it's been really just wonderful to see how strategic you've been while also really keeping it aspirational for all of us. Other questions? Billy.
Hi, Amanda Gaber. I'm with Sandy Hook Promise. I'm involved in national engagement, so I'm going to touch upon some of your organizing that you've done in the past, as well as your year-round organizing model. the bills and the ideas that you talk about on the floor are complex and confusing. So I'm wondering what type of, besides the year-round organizing, what specific model do you use? And how are you communicating those complex ideas and bills and pieces of legislation to your organizers? And then how are they then, distributing that information specifically to young people? What do you find, which strategy is most effective? Is it knocking door to door? Is it social media? And if you could just explain what approach works best for that.
I appreciate it. We're 11 months in, so a lot of our organizing has actually been based on the abortion ballot initiative in Florida. We have a special election right now in House District 35 that we're knocking pretty hard for, and then we did some kind of labor work earlier on. So we're like, the goal is next year after this HD 35 race, we'll get into a place where we're getting into this educational place where we talk about the bills I've introduced. So we haven't really gotten there yet on the door knocking organizing side, but we talk a lot about it on, social media, interviews, going to places. Like I was the first politician to ever speak on the lineup at Coachella. And so I spoke there though about like a lot of the climate work we're doing and stuff like that. And they've asked me to come back and bring other politicians. So like, I believe in, meeting people where they're at. And like oftentimes, politicians, we like to bring people to our table. One of our mottos is like, we like to go to people's table, right? Like in my district office, I actually have the smallest office on purpose because I just don't spend a lot of time there. Like when I'm home, I'm like really out and about a lot. And I try to go to where people are at. And it's been to a lot of folks' surprise because I guess that wasn't normal for them. And so I think that's really important. To what you were saying about organizing model, we, again, I hate to like say the same thing over and over again, but we believe in kind of using everything. Like there's value in everything, right? So for instance, on campaigns, oftentimes you have people who say, just knock doors and don't do anything else. TV mail, all that's worthless. And then you have like a lot of consultants who are making money off of TV mail who are saying like, no, just do this, right? But it's all really important. Like there's no more effective way of getting a voter than knocking on a door or talking to someone, right? It's the most effective way of winning. But it's not the most efficient because it can be difficult to scale. On the other hand, a TV ad or social media ad is not as effective at all. However, it is more efficient because I can get it out to more people. And these things actually work together. I remember when we were knocking doors at the beginning of my race, the conversations were more difficult because people didn't know who I was at all. Like I was starting from 0%. When we started doing our social media ads and different things like that, then the door knocking became easier for all the volunteers and myself because people in the back of their head were like, yeah, I heard about this guy before. Like I'm more interested, and actually they're more likely to have the conversation with you. So we try to kind of use this more like mass comms to like help bolster up to the organizing because it makes the doors easier and the conversations easier for our volunteers, for our organizers, and for me when I go out and knock doors too. The other thing is using the arts a lot. So like one of our mottos is we're trying to find the ways to bridge the gap between cool and consciousness. I think part of the reason why March for Our Lives, Dream Defenders, Black Lives Matter Uprising are very successful movements is because it got into the culture of the country. And like when a movement gets into the culture of the country and it's beyond the people in this room, even though I love y'all, right? But when it gets into there, then we're dealing with like some real power, right? Like real political power. And our job as organizers is like, the strength of our movement is not when everyone cares, it's when no one gives a shit, right? It's like when no one's donating, when no one's signing up, when like we're not in the news, like what are we doing then? So when these moments come, we have an apparatus ready to give people a political home. And like that, so that's also what I'm thinking about on my side on our campaign. Like, what are we doing now? So that way, when something happens and people want to be involved, we're an option for people. And we recognize that we're not going to be the right option for everybody. And so like there's value in having many different options.
Wow. Well, unfortunately,
Like for instance, we're doing I just forgot to give an example on the arts thing. For instance, next year we're doing like a music festival, and like to get in, well, not to get in, you register to vote. But when you get in, you're very much encouraged to register to vote. And then to be like in the front row, you have to like go and hear the spiel of like the different organizations that'll be there. So it's like also finding ways to institutionalize this political process, because we do a lot of petitioning at concerts. Like we did a thing with Paramore where we did at their concert, just different shows, which is great. But we want to like institutionalize it at the concert, in our schools, at our college campuses, everywhere.
Amazing. This was just really brought a lot of things together. That was so many great questions. Unfortunately, Congressman Frost is a very busy man. I appreciate you spending a little extra time, but I know you have to run. But I just wanted to say this was just a real honor to close this out. People are really looking forward to it, myself included. And thank you for being such an inspirational leader for the movement, as you talked about, which is much bigger than people in this room. But proud of all the leaders that are here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
If you want to hear more from Congressman Frost, a little plug. Thank you for doing the 10 podcasts that CAP has. You can learn a little bit more, and you're welcome back anytime. And thank you so much for your leadership.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.